back now. Two of them, they're racing really hard. Be careful with them, guys.
come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
All right, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day, Jack. Welcome. Today we are playing some LMU, and I am chasing my silver badge so I can get into, or badge, not necessarily a badge, silver safety rating, so I can get into the hypercars, because GT3s can be fun, but I'm into LMU for its hypercar action, so I want to get into like the LMP2s, things like that. LMP2s are actually my favorite of the three choices between the well, as this game calls them, hypercars, but LMDHs, LMP3s, and the LMP2s. I like the LMP2s the best. But that being said, I am already registered for a race, which is why I went live a few minutes prior. We're in, as you can see, Le Mans. And we're, look at this though, 212 registrations, 22 splits. Popularity is something, isn't it? But this is a fixed GT3 race, and we will be, let's see. Oh, we got some worrisome badges in here. I am a trusted racer. One of the safest players on the service. Don't you forget it. I do have a poll going at the moment. Should I host custom lobbies? Custom lobbies is probably the wrong term. Should I put up a server for LMU inside of time? You know, I'm not saying it's going to replace anything else, but should I experiment with it? Should I see what it's like? Because I will say the most fun that I've personally had in iRacing is when I pay for a lobby. I hate having to pay because you got to pay in LMU as well, but do what you got to do for fun. PMR is hit or miss when it comes to the custom lobbies, and it really just comes down to how many people are playing and the quality of the people who are playing. Yeah. But yeah, today we're chasing safety rating. We are currently B3, both driver and safety rating. Goal is to get to S1, which is silver. And then at that point, we should be unlocked to quite a few new things in this game. Unfortunately, we have 3 minutes and, well, that's not that much. 3 minutes, 48 seconds to get into the, wait for this race. So we're just going to ride it out. Chat's quiet today, boys. And I know the stream just got started, but I feel like everyone's always afraid to chat in the beginning of a stream. There's been 2 updates to this game, hotfixes, of course, since we last played it. So, and that's what I was talking about with computers versus consoles, and where, like, PMR is very much slowed down in their updates because of console. This game has gotten 2 hotfix updates this week. Just fixing small little bugs. You're able to do that with the PC. There's so much less approval process. And less politics in the way. That being said, there's technically also less people, you know, doing QC, quality control, for those updates. So as of right now, the poll is 8 votes in. 50% of those votes say yes, I should host LMU. 12% say no, and 38% say stick to PMR. PMR is no doubt substantially easier to host lobbies. Substantially easier. So All right. 40 seconds left. What's going on, Mofungo? We gonna get that silver today or what? Profile. Yeah, I'm at the very beginning of Bronze 3, but if I do this well, the plan is to get there inside of a few races. I want to get that safety rating moving as fast as possible. So I'll be racing from the pits. As much as I hate doing that because it's boring, that's what I will be doing. The good thing is that this isn't a very, tactical track. I mean, I shouldn't say tactical. That's the wrong terminology. Every track is tactical. It's an easier track to just stay out of the way. You know, like, Sebring is more likely to kill you. That being said, though, I still have to drive cautiously. This music turned down a little bit here. How to get good enough for online racing like in PMR or LMU without getting in the way of the fast and experienced people and getting bullied. Honestly, the best thing I can recommend is practice with the AI. Turn the line on in the beginning stages. You could technically learn it without the, with the line, of course. But, practice with the AI. Because if they hit you and you hit them, it's nobody cares. That's the AI. They're there to get hit. And then if someone, typically in online racing, it's entirely up to you. If you have the position, don't block excessively. But you don't have to give up your line ever. Unless you are blue flagged, which I do recommend it. That's proper etiquette. But if you're in, let's say, third place, and the fourth place guy's got more pace than you, but he hasn't gotten a solid opportunity to pass you because you're staying on your line. Now, if you're intentionally blocking, that's a different story. But if he can get around you while you're maintaining your line, that's fair. Don't block him. But you can't be expected to get out of his way. It's a race, He's got to find a way, or she has got to find a way around you safely. So it's more about the person behind finding a safe way to overtake than it is the guy in front finding a safe way to not be in the guy behind him's way. Obviously, don't intentionally ram or anything like that, But if someone behind you has faster pace, it's on them to get around you. What do you mean, Mofungo? I'm in a ranked lobby, you mean? Like custom lobbies or hosted, whatever they're freaking called. This is a daily race. All right, I got to get back in the zone here. It's been a minute. Yeah. Trying to remember which direction I got to pull out of the pits. That's one thing about a lot of these games. The pit layout is always different. Like Sebring in this game is a different pit layout than, say, PMR or other games. Opposite side of the track. I'm going to put up such slow lap times on this track today because I'm driving cautiously and I don't know LMU and Le Mans. Not to mention, too, outside of playing games like AMS2 and maybe a little bit, I guess, of GT7, I don't have a whole lot of experience on Le Mans. And in a game like this where, you know, you can make a mistake that's catastrophic and it's not easy to save the car, you know. I don't even think I'm going to properly... I think I'm just going to run a full tank of fuel. I'm not racing for... obviously, if there's a battle worth having, I'll take it. But if someone's got pace to me, I'm getting out of their way. Chasing the safety rank, because I don't care about the GT3s. I want to get into the hypers. Oh, this is the chicaneless one. Or not chicane, but whatever you call that on the back stretch of the Mulsanne straight there. Appreciate that, sir. I didn't do any warming up in LMU, by the way. I'm straight out of playing PMR last night. I did some, I jumped into Jester's lobbies a little bit last night. And did some racing. I'll tell you one thing. It is so much more, I want to say more fun, but just easier to sim race without streaming. You can just race and not worry about this going on, you know? Slap down this mic for comms if you need it. But, it's weird. It's funny how development works. While this game still does feel different from PMR, the more I play PMR over time and the more I play LMU over time, the more the physics and all the characteristics are starting to meet in the middle. Now, obviously, they still drive very differently. But it's starting to become easier to go from one sim to the other without feeling like I'm a fish out of water. Don't get me wrong, PMR still feels more natural to me. I have more time in it. But the predictability is becoming better, I think, in LMU, and PMR's physics are slowly getting, you know, more stabilized, I guess would be the better terminology. But, like, for example, a more realistic thing that happens in PMR that I don't like, by the way, that isn't in LMU, is solo qualifying. Or solo qualifying is in LMU. In PMR, you qualify with the full grid of people. And I don't like that. Yes, it's more realistic. Quality of life, way less. People just get in your way. The whole point of a qualifying lap is to put up the fastest lap that you can put up. And without a full, like, track layout like you see on the left under the leaderboard, which we don't have that in PMR. We only have a relative map. You don't know where everybody is on track to properly pull out to do a good quali lap. You could get away with just a full track map. That way you can time your qualifying and everything's honky-dory. But yeah, this is why I need to get into the hypers, man. This Mulsanne straight here is just like I could fall asleep in this car. When did I put it in kilometers? I don't remember doing that. I must have just not changed it. I gotta change that back. No problem, Dick. Have a good one. Le Mans is a track for me that's only fun in fast cars. Slow cars like GT3s, they're just... yeah. It's just a whole lot of going straight and waiting. Oh. I know that curb in the LMP2s killed me a lot. But that was like 6 months ago, so it's been that long since I've driven an LMP car in this game. What is up with this dude? Listen to this.
Got any tricks I haven't seen?
That's literally Streamlabs. It's like an AI that I can't figure out how to turn off.
Time 356.28.
Alright. Alright, fresh tires. I gotta let it do its thing, right? For, gotta go to the race. Look at that, look at that.
Drivers go to the grid for a race start.
Now let's see. How many laps does it take here? Do we know how many laps it is? What, 6? 6 laps? 7 laps of fuel? Alright. I'm still leaving from the pits, so I'm not rushing to get out there, but... This is going to be, unfortunately, starting from the pits, probably a more boring race, because... unless I catch people, but I don't know if I'm good enough to catch people.
Formation lap has started.
I don't know. Honestly, Mafungo, I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, 20-minute race. Yeah. There's it right there. Well, since we're on pre-warms and we're on fresh tires, let's gotta pull up our relative. There we go. What's going on, Rusty Nail? Yeah, I know you gotta head out to the pit exit, but I'm just waiting because I want to be last. I don't want anybody behind me on pit start. Because people get impatient and try and run out there. And you have to pull over and let them pass or there's trash into you. At least that's how it was before being a trusted driver. Appreciate it, Matt. Trick for fuel calc? Gotcha. Yeah, I got a lot to learn about just the general dynamics of this game that aren't even the racing, which is like a big thing I like about PMR. I'm lazy. All of the like nitty-gritty tiny little details that go on that have nothing to do with the racing for me is like, I'm personally too much of a casual for that. I'm diehard into the racing side of things, but leave me alone with this, you know, trying to make it feel like I'm actually in a racetrack and dealing with the bullshit, you know? I don't think anybody's grinning up behind me. Either that or they're waiting completely for a while. Yeah, because in the non-trusted lobbies, these guys would just pull out. As soon as it says go, so if there's people behind, they would just pull out. And you'd be thrown into the pack of people you're supposed to let pass you, technically. And we're underway! Oh, we already got one guy who lost it. I really like the Mustang in this game a lot. The Mustang in PMR needs some work, in my opinion. Because here's why. The honest truth is it drives too much like a Mustang. And not like a race car. What are you playing, Rusty? Like, in the game, what are you doing? Real quick, what's 280k convert to mile per hour? Like 165? Roughly 288? Maybe 170? $185-ish. That seems a little fast for these GT3s then, no? Oh, boys, what are you doing? This guy in this BMW's really trying to overtake by any means necessary. I know these guys are trying to drive safe, but so am I. And, like, they are very slow. I don't trust these turns. Truly don't trust these turns. This track is relatively easy and lackluster, but these turns are surprisingly challenging. And right now, I'm not trying to figure them out. 184, huh? Interesting. That's some good mile per hour out of these GT3s then. I mean, it is the Mulsanne straight, so... Dude. Like, jamming on the brakes. Hey, I just got 500 overtakes achievement. Woo! One thing I've noticed, so the bad and the good drivers drive like idiots and they're reckless as shit. The trusted drivers also kind of drive like idiots because they're driving so slow. Like, it's comparable to, like, being in the high-speed lane and someone doing 20 miles per hour under the speed limit. Trying out the GTE car? GTE cars are solid. GTE cars are solid. Oh, of course, Mofongo. Consistency is always about racing. That is the most important thing in all of racing. An individual lap time is meaningless. Unless you can repeatedly do that lap time. Oh, I can make a sandwich and eat it on this straight. There's some definite time there, but I'm not going to figure out how much time I can pull out of that until I go to practice. I have one goal in mind today. Silver 1. Get me out of these GT3s. So what I found is strange about LMU that isn't the case in PMR. First gear feels more usable. I genuinely believe that outside of a few bugs that I've personally found with LMU, longitudinal grip is better than PMR. Lateral grip, not so much. I don't trust these turns. I'm never going to trust these turns until I'm solo and, you know. Do we know if we can practice sections in this? Because that's something I've really liked about a lot of other games out there. You can practice certain sections of tracks without having to run the whole track, because there's some big tracks out there. Like this track is way too long and boring to learn the end of it. Oh, neutral. Don't want to be in that gear. Or lack of gear.
Lap 358.49.
358 is what I did in quali. So, somewhat consistent. What is a good GT? Not like an alien time, but what's like a decent time for a GT3 on Le Mans? Reset to each turn for practice, yeah. Things like that would be nice. Because a track like this in particular, I don't need to spend 3.5 minutes racing on a part of a track that's like this. But there's certain sections that I absolutely need to spend time dialing it in. And to wait 3.5 minutes of this to get to that section every time, at least like, you know, Nords, which is a super long track, is a constant challenge the whole time. This is 90% wait, 10% challenge. I do look forward to this track, though, being in PMR, because there's a lot of fun cars in PMR. Like Group C and Le Mans, oh my god. That's fun. I like doing that in AMS2. AMS2, the Sabre C9, 230 miles an hour down the backstretch there. I'm probably going to let this Porsche go by. I'm more interested in practice and safety.
Lap 3, 55.92.
3:55, a little faster that time. Last week's school circuit for Sebring, that was actually a very fun race. I was low-key kind of hoping it was still here, but I know that obviously wasn't going to happen. But that was a really fun race. And now we wait again. Look, Ma, no hands. GT cars are a lot of fun in PMR. A lot of fun. So my top two classes that I like in PMR are the GTs and the GTEs. GTEs because they're good to drive. The GTs because they are the most fun. A lot of variety in the class. That's what we did on Gesture streams last night. GTs. And I stuck to the Corvette. That car is a weapon, even with the default setup. GTs are harder to drive than the GTEs, but there's a lot of character to them. Like the Corvettes, oversteer like crazy. But it's controllable, and it makes it a lot of fun. What's going on, Trev? Where you been, guy? Haven't seen you in a minute. Whoa! Little shaky in the back. I do want to try out the aftermarket LMU. Aftermarket LMU. Jesus, what am I even saying? The third-party force feedback app. I don't know where I got aftermarket LMU from. I need some windshield washer fluid. Whoa. I always feel like I'm going to lose it right there.
That time was
Taking a break? Gotcha.
4.92.
Yeah, I think our next update's supposed to be a bigger one, but... because this update was a quality of life update. It feels good, like it only did good things. I'm very happy with it. But it didn't introduce any, like, you know, major new features or things like that. A lot of car balancing. The 964 Porsche cars are now fun to drive. At least I think so anyway. I know they're easier to drive. But I feel like before they had an unrealistic amount of challenge to them because they don't make power. They're not fast cars. They shouldn't be that hard to keep control of. But like, because I would imagine a 964 in real life, it would be very, very, very easy to make that thing drive like a go-kart. No horsepower, decent suspension setup, nice tires. What are we doing? That should be relatively easy to tear up on a track. Going the public beta update, T-Infinity vibrating itself apart, so that was pretty significant. What do you mean by the public beta? What game are we talking about, Alex? It does sound, though, because my buddy, I introduced him to PMR LMU. I don't even know what that is. I have no real time in LMU, though. I have like 30 hours, I think, maybe 40. And it's mostly been comparison style, just driving to compare to other sims. Not a whole lot of learning. Yeah, I don't have any social medias. I have YouTube and Instagram, and technically Discord, which, if you told me a year ago that Discord was a social media, I'd have been like, you're out of your mind. It's video game comms, and that's it. It seems there's a lot of game issues with T598s, or Thrustmasters in general. Question is, I don't have enough fuel for another lap. Mafungo, you screwed me! I need a pit. Here, take it. Go, go. Where is the, I don't care, really. I don't know where the, I know the sign somewhere, but I don't know where exactly is the speed limit activation for the pit. Right here, got it.
That time was a 4:17.29.
Give me fuel. Yeah, I needed a little bit more fuel there. 13% was not going to get me another lap. Does that mean I can go? There's not a lot of communication in this game, and it's a big part of why I'm like, it can be a little frustrating at times. Like, give me something on engineer on comms, be like, okay, go, go, go. Like, what the fuck? I'm just sitting there because the car dropped down. Like, is that it? We're good? Someone talk to me. Talk to me, Goose. Jesus. It's my biggest complaint with LMU. There is just no communication in the most basic of things. And it's all, seems like it surrounds the pit. Like in real life, if I was just sitting there, one of the guys in the crew would be like, what the fuck are you doing? Get going, you retard! Like, that's real racing. But in this, the crew is just like, he's still here, guys. Hey, guys, he's still here. I don't know, maybe he's drinking a coffee. Maybe he's taking a nap. A lot of people use crew chief. I guess so. Jesus. The fact that I gotta download another app for a game that's supposed to be one of the poster children for sim racing, just so I can get engineer comms to tell me what to do. I feel like, why is like, I mean, then again, I'm not like in all of the places where LMU is talked about a lot. But I feel like that should be something that I should know about by just watching YouTube. Guess I gotta research everything I want to do, though. I can't just casually play something. Didn't need to pit. It's quite possible I didn't need to pit. But the engineer popped up requesting a pit stop, which I didn't do. I don't know why that happened. But then that got my eyes on my actual fuel. It was at 13%, which might have been enough. Probably would have been enough. But I didn't want to take that chance. I'd rather pit. I'm not chasing position right now. I'd rather come in 14th place than 11th and pit. But yeah, every pit experience in this game so far has been, like, frustrating. On track is pretty fun. Going into the pits, not so much. You would think that this game, with its lack of content and its budget, let's face it, they're charging you for the game, all the DLCs, for subscriptions, like, and it's a lot of people playing it. You would think that things like that are in the game naturally or natively, not having to download Crew Chief to be told what to do in the pit. Like, that's shit they gotta square away before this game goes to console. That's like super basic shit. Not a day to remember. Shut the fuck up. Alright. I gotta piss. Let's see what we got for improvements, though. Oh, yeah, we moved it. We moved up. Good. Look at that. I think one more race like that will get Silver 1. Nice. Nice. All right, let's get back in that race again. Oh, it's not the next one. Oh, it's so far away. Well, I guess we're doing this Logitech race. I guess before I piss, I'll register for this. Not gonna lie, I'm a big fan of that livery right there. Big fan of that livery right there. I'm also a Logitech and a Playseat fan. I'm more of a Playseat fan. I wish Playseat would make more high-end rigs. Because their budget stuff is, you know, by budget I mean like sub $1,000 full rig stuff. Collapsible stuff. Like their collapsible new Playseat Challenge F1. I have it. It's incredible. It weighs like 15 pounds and it's so amazing. Anyway, get in that one. All right, time to piss. And then we'll chat. All right, let me read some of these older comments here. Wasn't just Thrustmaster this update, though. Apparently it was pretty significant, which is why they had to fix it, but it's in public beta stage, but fix it nicely for me. Gotcha. RS50 oscillates on PMR pretty bad, even one-handed. Turn up, so I actually have a decent RS50 setup for you, Trev. Here, you know what? I'll actually just type it in chat. Give me a sec. Crew waiting for a tip? Yeah. Yeah. You're in a pub earlier that I had no clue what it was. Something popped up saying in and out 3-lap. So races are not even back-to-back in the best game? Yeah, exactly. Here's the thing, and like, I know there's a lot of good in LMU, right? But there's also a lot of incomplete bad, but it's not a, like, for me, the thing that's bothered me this whole time between PMR and LMU is the way LMU gets talked about and the way PMR gets talked about. And they're both problematic. Yes, LMU is more finished for its one-trick pony style of racing, but there's still a lot to do in the game, and there's still a lot of problems with the game. This is why updates come out for this game constantly. But it's so glazed as being this, like, perfect sim, and I don't understand why more people don't hold it accountable to things that it does have wrong with it, and more people don't prop up PMR for the good things about it. Like, it's like this game, people seem to, in the media side of things, focus on the positive things, and the media focuses on the negative side of things in PMR. And they both have positives and negatives. Why is there this massive shift in this game is perfect and this game is dog shit, when the reality is they both have dog shit sprinkled into a lot of good? So I don't get it. It's just weird to me. I don't care what anybody says. I'm convinced there's some level of lobbying behind the scenes. 100%. At this point, you can't convince me that there isn't. I have the feeling I'm going to do some crashing in LMU on Spa. I'm going to lose the rear end a couple times. I have that feeling that's coming. What I like most about LMU is the fuel savings, lights on the dash when you set DigiDash to run an extra 2 laps on a stint. I don't know anything about it. I'm still learning all of the... Like, I think the driving is the easiest thing to learn about LMU. All of the intricacies of the menus and the options is where this game can be like, here's a lot of shit. Figure it out, buddy. People worship it like it's gospel. Same with AC Evo. Yeah, AC Evo is the right now, AC Evo is the least complete of the three. By a lot. By a lot. There is some really, really good things in AC Evo, but there's a lot more problems in AC Evo. It's because it's the big licensed game and game and you can do no wrong. Yeah, right. Right. Get just as many bouncing and warping cars in LMU as you do PMR. Yeah. Yeah. I personally haven't seen as much of that, but I also don't have I have like 40. Actually, what do I have? Let's tell you right now. I have 40 hours in this game prior to the hour that I've been playing it right now. So 41 hours I have in LMU. PMR, I have 618 right now. A lot of that is testing things. Not all of that. That's not like I'm learning time. You know, I probably have 200 hours of honest racing in PMR where I'm trying and like practicing. The other 400 is lollygagging, streaming, and like last night's stream. I think I had a total of maybe, not last night, 2 nights ago stream. I think I had maybe 15 races. No, I don't think I finished any one of them. I think I retired from every one of them. Didn't care. I was just there to hang out, you know? Last night was an example of I joined Jester streams, and I was actually trying, and I was caring, and like, I shouldn't say caring, but I was into it. I was in the zone. I was racing. I was trying to, some of the races, like I think one of the ones on, yeah, it was the last one that I won on, no, sorry, I came in second place on Sebring. I didn't qualify. I gained 13 positions in the GT class, but it was also GT cars. I fucking love the GT cars, so I'm more than likely going to try to be more competitive in the GT cars. If we pop into GT3s or GT4s or something, I'm just going to be, whatever, going along for the ride. But some of the older cars, even though I don't really consider those older cars, those are my generation cars. GT, that's why I like them so much. Those are my favorites. Those are what I care about racing. But anyway, point of that is that most of those hours in PMR is testing shit, and comparing to other things. Like I had an hour, never mind. I'm not going to say. Look over here. With PMR, there's like orchestrated effort to bring it down. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Shift lights light up blue, and then you can coast to save fuel without losing a lot of time. Interesting, interesting. Like, I think the curb force, I love the curb force feedback in LMU, but I love my curbs to buzz my hands off. When I hit a curb, I want my hands to go numb, you know? But in general, I like the force feedback better in PMR. But the curbs in LMU, I really like. Specifically, just, like, I intentionally want to hit curbs when I shouldn't, just because they feel so good. But I'm a loser like that, I guess. Haven't played LMU since the badges, but I'm silver driver and gold safety, and it was a chore to get that. Never run a bronze race. Well, I'm a trusted. The badges do seem to help because if you noticed, there wasn't a lot of aggression in that race. If I felt someone had more pace than me, I moved over for them. If I had more pace than someone else, they moved over for me. There wasn't really any, but there was like one guy I think that was battling, and he crashed. Trusted badges seem to have dialed that in a lot. You know, like I just went from, I mean, I'm bronze 3 still on safety rating, but I went from one, you know, block, whatever that is, to almost filling up the block to silver 1. If I do what I just did, which is going to be tough because this is going to be a challenging one to get a perfect safety rating in. But if I got to get a perfect safety rating in, like I just get that last race, I'll be silver 1 at the end of this race. But I don't trust that that's going to happen in this race. We all know why PMR gets a bad rep. People need to get over it, though. Yeah. Do I prefer this to PMR? No. I prefer PMR to all sims. But from a something to do when I'm playing by myself, I prefer LMU. I prefer the driving. I prefer just about almost all of the game of PMR more than LMU. However, the ranked system in play right here feels more like there's a reason to play it, you know? Ranked in PMR right now needs work. The devs know it needs work. They're not ignorant to it. You know, I talk to Ryan all the time, and he's actively working on, like, ways to, you know, behind the scenes to make ranked a overall much better experience, you know? But the problem is that everybody expects every... You have to understand, guys. Straight 4's entire team, and that means that's not developers. That means anybody involved and employed by Straight 4 is less than 40 employees. So everybody expects their personal problems with the game to be fixed in every single patch, and that's just not how development works. It's a very slow burn. There's shit. Like I said many times, one of the reasons that I am so invested in PMR, for one thing, it's fun. I enjoy it. But more so than that, I fully expect that. Let's just hypothetically say the worst thing that happens is at the end of the year 1, season 1, year 1, whatever you want to call it, of PMR, Stray 4 calls it quits on the games. The developers aren't the ones in charge of that. It would be from shit flows downhill. But let's just say worst case scenario that happens. I think at the end of that year, I am confident PMR is going to be the best game to play at that moment. You know, call it PMR at its Forza Motorsport 8 or ACC, like where those games are at currently, where they're done. PMR in that state, I think, is going to be, when that happens, an incredible experience to play. I hope it gets a year 2. I think most people do. Most people who play it, that is. Not the random people who've never played it but talk shit about it. Fuck those people, though. They don't matter to me. You lose all rights to have an opinion about something you've never done. That's just me in life. If I'm actively doing something and you've never done it, your opinion means less than 0 to me. Less than 0. Go do something else. But leave me the fuck alone with your opinion. You know? And that's not a video game. That's anything in life. Really does feel that way, just a joint effort to kill the game? Quite possible. GT and NGT are GTR 2 gems in PMR? Yeah. Well, believe it or not, the GT05s is what they are, or 05 GTs, whatever. They're one of my favorite classes in AMS2. I think they only have the C5, though. They don't have the C6. The older cars, here's what I can tell you about PMR. The older cars, the ones that are in the game, are the best experience you're going to get across all of sim racing. They have one, PMR has some of the weaker GT3 stuff, but that's the most modern popularity car, which is why it gets talked about the most. The older cars, you got to go to games like Race Room and PMR. I don't know why when I talk, my nose gets so itchy. Someone's talking shit. I think the AI is pretty shit in LMU, personally. I think it's pretty shit in PMR, too. I think it's shit in all of them. Honestly, if you compare the AI to anything, or if you compare it to iRacing, everybody's AI is shit, because iRacing is so flawed. It's crazy how good iRacing's AI is, and how many other things about iRacing are, like, way off the mark. But their AI is awesome. the best AI in all of sim racing by a landslide. It's not even close. If you compare any sim to iRacing's AI, they're all dog shit. I agree. The safety rating system is massive. I think there should be a safety rating system even across custom lobbies, where you can apply a checkbox. And problem is it's a custom lobby though, so if there's not enough people, that might be harder to do. Ranked for sure needs a safety rating system, for sure. Anger troll mob, keep fighting against the grain to tear down the foundation of PMR. I agree. Some of PMR deserves the bad press. 100%. Management has made some pretty bad decisions in the process of the game. But from a game and a development standpoint, the game has had huge strides. It needs to be talked about more positively in that regard. In the game in general, needs to be talked about more positively. Don't know why anyone... Because, dude, Hall and Bass, human beings naturally are just fucking tribal about anything. Their team needs to be the best and they want every other team to fail. People don't understand how monopolies work in the real world. Every consumer wins when there is competition in the space that they are enjoying. Computer components, AMD and Nvidia need to compete. AMD and Intel need to compete. When one of them just runs away with it, prices go up, quality goes down, and you overall spend more money for a shittier product, and that is across all things. Why is my nose so damn itchy? Someone's really talking shit about me right now. Isn't that what that means? If your nose is itching, someone's talking shit? Some of the worst comments. Oh, that's how everything is. The most negative opinions about anything are the people that have never done that thing, which is why those people mean less than zero to me. GT3 is the popular TikTok trend, while the older raw cars is the historical museum that no one cares to learn about and drive. Ironically, is that the historic cars are that gets put in games are the cars that have withstood the test of time. There are a lot of cars throughout the years that have been race cars and go, yeah, we're gonna fuck those things. That was a mistake. We did not go in the right direction. Let's pretend we never did those things. Now, I don't think GT3s will ever be that because they're too popular, but GT3s is a reason why I call them Me Too cars. They are genuinely Me Too. Ooh, me too. I want to be involved in that because it's the cool thing. I want to be a cool kid, daddy. You don't feel any shortness in this game compared to PMR? In PMR, your butt instinctively presses into the couch. I don't know what you mean by that in shortness. If you could elaborate, sir. I know they meant to be implementing something more robust. There's tons of here's what I can say in terms of PMR. In a year's time, the game that you're playing right now is going to be a very, very distant shadow of what the game would be in a year. You know? There's a lot, I'm very confident and positive in that regard. Where I'm not confident and positive is the overall shelf life of the game. I just don't know if don't get me wrong, there is the advantage to being a small studio. You don't need to make nearly as much money to stay in business. I'm a sole proprietor business. I am myself and myself alone. I am self-employed. I don't need to make anywhere near as much money as some of my competitors do because they have teams of people working for them. They have shop overhead. My shop is located at my house, part of my mortgage. My mortgage pays for my shop. I am the only employee. I don't have to make nearly as much money as to what other businesses do that do the same thing that I do. So in that regard, Straight 4, being a much smaller studio, they're all remote. They don't have a studio to pay for. These are all things that factor into how much money they can make to stay afloat. Well, at the same time, though, Mags, the reality of a safety system, at the end of the day, if it's one split, like, for example, if you don't have enough players to create splits, then everybody gets put in the same race anyway, and the safety rating doesn't mean anything. But then, as long as the safety rating is implemented, as the player base grows, then the splits start to happen where the safer drivers go to one split and the less safe drivers go to another split. So either way, having a safety rating system that splits people up, even with not enough players to split them up, it still works. It just doesn't work yet until the players are there, you know? But not having enough players is not a reason to not do something. You know, it's the same way that I fundamentally will argue and disagree with taking away the races because there's not enough people. I'm sorry, that is an ass backwards way of looking at things. You do not take things away because there's not enough players. That is stupid. Absolutely stupid. Keep giving us more things. More. More features, more ways to play, all sorts of shit. Do not take things away because there's not enough players. At the end of the day, if everybody wants to play GT3 and there's 10 other races with nobody in them, everybody plays GT3. But if you eliminate those races and it's just one race, the people who don't want to play those races are just not going to play them anyway. So, leave them in. I want there to be more. I look forward to the Evos and the non-Evos, even though they're not Evos anymore. The Japanese prototypes coming back into ranked. You know? Failure to prepare is preparing to fail. Exactly. You got it. Yes, iRacing at the end of the day, Fway, is still the poster child of sim racing. They are still, no matter what anybody wants to say, iRacing is the sole monopoly in sim racing. This game, LMU, is like nipping at its heels, but not at all knocking iRacing off any level of podium. That's for sure. Not even close. At all times of the day, iRacing has at least 3 times the concurrent players as the daily peak of LMU. And each person in iRacing is guaranteed to be spending way more money on iRacing than LMU. You could have all the content and the Pro Plus subscription in LMU and only host lobbies and not spend as much money as every single person in iRacing. PMR never had a safety rating, Kunik. They've never had a safety rating. They have a point system, but no one really pays attention to that, if I'm being honest with you. Yeah, I want to say, I could be wrong. Please take this as speculation because nothing is ever guaranteed, and the last thing I want to do is make people think something's coming that it's not. But I think they're planning to have Join in Progress in the next update. I think the next update's going to be a bigger update. This last update was a quality of life update, which honestly, this last update did better than I thought it was going to do in public eyes. I really thought this was going to be more of a nothing burger update for people, but people really liked it because it was a quality of life update. So that's good. That's good. Hopefully the next update is also a quality of life update with features, you know? Either way, I'm all for it. Every update, give me them all. Oprah Winfrey of giving me updates. You get an update. You get an update. I'm going to turn TC to max because I don't think I've ever driven Spa in LMU. And there's a lot of sweepers that could kill you. Ooh, that's a good amount of force feedback right there in Eau Rouge. I like that. I could barely turn the wheel. That felt pretty good. It's like loosey-goosey in the straights, but Eau Rouge felt pretty good right there. I'm sorry, guys. I know people love GT3s. These are some of the most boring cars to drive. They need like 300 more horsepower to entertain me. With the way they grip and the way they handle, they just need more power. I understand it's a class car, it's accurate, I get it. I'm not saying the Sims are doing anything wrong. I'm saying this class of car professionally is a boring kind of car. At least in real life, you're getting G-forces and all the things that make racing fun. But in a video game, these cars are so gripped up and handle so well with the amount of power they make, they're just not fun. They're not fun. That's probably too negative of a statement. They're just a lot less fun than other cars. At least GT4s, while they're slower, they're harder to drive. Because the, like, grip to horsepower ratio is less grip. These cars, for example, would be a lot more fun if they had comparable grip to GT4s. Like, imagine a GT4 with the power and the weight of a GT3, but with no extra handling. That would be a really fun car, because it'd be a really challenging car to drive. This, like, I'm just here for the ride. Fuck! I got a track limit. I gotta be careful of Eau Rouge. Fuck! I was actually trying to drive cautiously through there, too. I don't know what they do for track limits. I don't know anything about this game in that. I mean, so in PMR anyway, my top 3 worst tracks. Interlagos is my number 1 worst track. And then it's pretty close between Spa and Silverstone. They're my worst tracks. Hands down, no question. I find Spa to be a very boring track. I think actually I find all 3 of them to be pretty boring. Although the short version of Silverstone I actually like. But, I feel like Spa, you absolutely need, like, Group C horsepower to really kind of somewhat enjoy this track. Admittedly, the hypers are more fun on Spa. They grip better, you can go faster, you can drive them more like F1 cars. Yeah, I'm not a Silverstone fan. Not a Silverstone fan. I love Sebring, not a Silverstone fan. Sebring is my my S-letter track.
Lap 2:30.40.
But guess what, guys? I know we're going to argue right now. LMU, solo qualifying. It's better. Way better. Way better. Why? Because it's still a video game. Nobody playing this game is worried about a full track map. So you can at least see where everybody is on the grid. You know? Even Rensport does that. But Rensport does both. It gives you the full track map and where everybody is on the grid. And you're still solo qualifying. Every game but this game, or but PMR, sorry, is solo qualifying. And yet somehow there's a debate about it. If the greatest sims on the planet, the most popular ones that have the most players, are doing every once in a while You have to be like, well, my competition just got it right. And you have to do what the competition does. And I truly believe solo qualifying is necessary. You shouldn't feel like you're in a race. And like this whole, like, oh, well, but it's more realistic. So is dying. You know? I don't want to add challenge to the GT3s, though, Trev, if it doesn't make them faster as well. That just seems silly, you know? Yeah, like, for example, GTE,
And drivers go to
for
the
me,
grid for a race start.
10 times more fun than GT3. And they're pretty comparable. But one's more challenging to drive. Typically is also a little bit faster. Not a lot faster, the GTEs, but they're typically a little bit faster. But lack of ABS, more challenge, more fun. There are some cars where, like F1 cars are a lot of fun, but they're not challenging to drive from like a grip management level. They're challenging to drive because they are very the cars are so much faster than you. It's all reactionary based racing. Whereas that's fun in its own challenging way, but reality is you drive an F1 car slightly under the limit, it's the easiest car in the fucking world to drive because they're so OP on the grip side of things. You know, it's like super fast go-karts.
Formation lap has started.
Ever heard of a guy who makes a VR headset and kills you if you die in game? That sounds ridiculous. Imagine they add dying. Let's make a career mode with permadeath. That would be funny if there was a career mode where if you crashed at a high enough speed, you actually get a funeral procession and everything. You know? Put a flamethrower ring every time you crash, it goes off. That, I actually think, what do you call it? I'll swing that to the devs. I'm sure they'll shoot that one down real quick. I will say one thing about Straight 4 is they definitely...
Green flag. Green
they
flag.
toe the line quite a bit when it comes to potential controversial decisions. They actively... That's why a lot of their missing comms is potentially avoiding controversy. But the part that I disagree with that is, by avoiding some comms, you create controversy that could be avoided. Like the whole GT500 thing. In my opinion, the comms on that made that so much more controversial than it should have been. But... go, homie. Everybody's long since passed. My guy, I know you're trying to be safe, but I will say the bronze trusted drivers. I'm going to give this guy some space because I feel like he's going to be hitting the brakes pretty quickly. But yeah, I do think PMR toes the line a little too soft when it comes to some of their, like, PR decision making. Just actually get a race and you have to start over. That could work. I could just see the headlines now from Overtaken, like Traxian. PMR adds death to their game. Alright, just go around me. I want this guy to go around me too. I need space on Spa. I am chasing no actual ranking, especially on Spa. I am dog shit on Spa. And in a game like this, I'll end up crashing and losing safety rating. I already lost safety rating getting a track limit, so... Dead game. Dead game adds permadeath. Dead game is literally dead. I will say, though, PMR has made me want a vet again. Fuck. I've never personally gotten to own a vet. I've driven a shit ton of my friends' vets. I've had Mustangs, I've had GTOs, but I've always wanted to build a C5 race car. But now I could technically build a C6 because they're now cheap enough, because they're so old. But, you know, I always wanted to build a C5 because the C6s, when I wanted to do it, were too expensive. But now they're cheap too. C6s right now are cheaper than both of my bikes. Oh, right there. But the biggest thing about building a vet for me that I like, I'm always turned off from is dealing with a torque tube. Because when it comes to building cars, it's purely hobby, so I do it all myself. And without a lift, working on a vet sucks. So I'd have to install a lift in the shop. That way I could lift the body off the drive line. That's the easiest way, ironically, to work on a C5 or a C6. Just take the body off. At least for driveline work. The amount of times I went to my buddy's shop throughout the years, and he had a vet on the lift, with the vet on the lift, and the driveline and all the components on the ground, doing a motor swap or some shit. But the reality is, I'll probably never get a vet. And if I do, it'll be a new vet, and I'll be old. And I'll be your typical denim, you know, high top, white socks Corvette driver going to the Dunkin' Donuts parking lot, drinking his morning coffee, hanging out with my other old guy friends, talking about our base model Corvettes. Yeah, C7s are way too expensive, I agree. They didn't move the needle enough to me. Like, the C8 completely changed the car. That moved the needle. The C7 was like, you know, a cosmetic update. Still the same car as a C6, though. I still want my C6 Z06. I still want my C6 Z06. I still want to build my NA 600 horsepower C6 Z06 and just go eat up a bunch of 1,000 horsepower boosted cars. Those are my kind of cars. Super fast, lightweight, naturally aspirated cars are my jam. Like the Boss 302 I had. Made 475 wheel on motor. Stock motor, actually. Took a lot to get that out of it. I eventually put a blower on it. Fucking hated the car. Car made 800 with boost. Well, I think it was, I want to say it was 11, 12 pounds of boost. I can't remember. It was fucking 14 years ago already. Jesus Christ. Holy shit, it's been 14 years. Wow. Wow. 14 years since I had my last, like, race car. I've been playing with bikes the whole time since. But, I loved that car on motor. That car was so much fun. Put the blower on it, fucking hated it. Car sucked. So many problems, breaking shit. Oh, just sucked. Sucked to drive. Everything about it sucked. Mind you, I put a Paxton on it. I probably should have put a, you know, something better on it, like a TVS, something with a roots blower. Ken Bell, Whipple, something like that. They're just fundamentally better these days for blowers. Turbo's still the way to go, though. But either way, none of it was as fun as when it was naturally aspirated. Built a ton of LS motors throughout the year. But for the sake of doing everything myself, that's why I want to go back to Chevy. Chevy is just easier. Dual overhead cam is typically better than a pushrod motor. But God, if I have to build my own motors and service everything, I'm going to build an LS motor all day. All day long. I think Coyotes are a cooler, more efficient motor, but they are so much more complex. Also, the audio in this game for curbs. Everything about curbs in this game, I absolutely love. Absolutely love. I just want to hit curbs. All I want to do is drive on curbs in this game. Well, I know what you're asking, Slick. Race car or drag car. Technically, my Boss 302 was both. Swap the wheels and tires, adjust the suspension. You could do either or. But it spent most of its time straight line racing. But like I said, I could swap wheels and tires, make a suspension adjustment, and now I could go road racing. My GTO, on the other hand, was purely a straight line car. But no, I wish I never got rid of my Boss 302. I love that car. Absolutely love that car. But all things got ruined when I put a blower on it. That's a lie. When I put the blower on it, it would have been dog shit around a racetrack. Absolutely dog shit around a racetrack. That was the worst decision I made with that car, was putting the blower on it. It was so efficient on motor and so inefficient with the blower. Even in a straight line, it was dog shit. Hated it. Yeah, exactly, Hall and Bass. Reasons like that. You know how easy it is to change a valve springs on an LS motor? I got so used to changing valve springs and valve train without taking the heads off on LS motors. Because you could. Whoa, re-entry, buddy. I don't trust this guy. Not one bit. Yeah, go around me. Go around me. I don't trust you one bit. I didn't even pull fuel out of this car or anything. It's not going to matter. Pulling fuel out is going to have no effect on my performance right now. I'm just like out for a Sunday drive. It's weird. I don't care, outside of comparisons to other sims, I don't care much about learning the GT3s in this game. I just want to get to hyper, because the hypers in this game are where it's at for hyper racing. That's what I want to do in LMU. Race hypers. PMR's hypers are way off the mark. At least their LMDHs are anyway. They don't function properly at all. I think they will in time, obviously. Again, another thing that they're actively working on, but they're actively working on so many things. Don't expect the hypers to just all of a sudden be great out of nowhere. They're going to be, just like the game, a little bit at a time. You know? I haven't driven the GTEs much in this game, but the hypers and the LMDHs, well, I should say, they're technically all hypers, but the LMPs and the LMDHs. Because, like, Group C is also a hypercar, but they're not called hypercar, they're called Group C. Because you have so many different variants of hypercars throughout the years. To just say hypercars is very broad and... like, that. The hypers is like GT racing. Look at how many different classes of GTs there are throughout the years. But I'm way more into video game hypercar racing than I am GT racing, because in real life, there is a 0% chance I will ever get to race a hypercar of any kind. GT cars are the barrier of entry. Not to mention, they're all built around street cars. So I could go buy a Mustang, a Camaro, anything like that, and turn it into a true GT car. It would still cost a lot of money, but the point is it's a very relative car. It can be done in real life by me. Hypercar, never gonna happen. Impossible. So yeah, that's what I want to play in video games. No! Felt it. Did not pull enough speed. Fuck. Well, say goodbye to this, silver for this track. I knew this was going to happen. I knew Spa was not going to get a perfect run. Spa's got too many scenarios where you're going to lose the rear end in LMU. I felt that coming. I knew. I was like, what am I doing? I'm approaching with way too much speed. That's where I don't like LMU's sense of speed. My sense of speed in PMR naturally would have slowed me down right there. But because I have to use telemetry and just memory, I was focused on talking in chat, not the game's visualization of speed, or lack thereof. Sense of speed is so important to sim racing to me. Like, iRacing has zero sense of speed. To me, it's always been this, like, when you get in a car and you go fast, everything around, like, I hate to say, like, Need for Speed gets it better than a lot of these sims does, but the reality is, when you're going at a high rate of speed, things around you are flying, like there's a lot going on. And in these sims, you're just like, you're doing 160 miles an hour and you're just sipping a coffee. Like on Le Mans right there. In the Mulsanne Straight. I took my hands off the wheel and was literally drinking coffee. In real life, that thought wouldn't even cross your mind. I don't trust that turn anymore now. That's okay, I don't care. It doesn't matter how fast they go. I have to remind myself, there's no point in pushing pace right now, of any kind. Treat every single lap like I'm on cold tires.
That time was a 2:30.91.
Oh yeah, that's why I do slick. I do laugh at the guys that would say that they want like 28 Newton meters and shit for sim racing. GT, dude. It's not, actually, is it, out of curiosity, I'm pretty sure it's electronic steering, correct? I don't think it's power steering. Because all the new cars, at least street cars, have electronic steering. Power steering is, honestly, dog shit by comparison to electronic. Electronic steering is so good. No drag from a power steering pump, things like that. The whole point of before electronic steering came out to go to a manual rack was really, I mean, yes, weight was a factor, but it was primarily to get the drag of the power steering pump off the serpentine belt. So the motor, you were talking like 1-2 horsepower of parasitic loss. Nothing to write home about, but it was still horsepower. You know, both electronic racks, now you don't got to worry about that anymore. It's probably electronic steering if I had to guess. I'm sure someone could Google it right now. I've been seeing a lot of negative press, though, about this game coming to console. Do we know if any of it's fact? I've seen a lot of things saying this game is not going to be anywhere near what it is on PC for console. It's not even going to be console-to-console crossplay. Does anybody know if there's any weight to that, or am I just reading dumb idiots saying dumb idiot shit? Like that I have real-world motor experience? Well, I mean, that's why, like, I try and tell people all the time, sim racing is my retirement motorsport. I'm done with the real thing. I still have bikes. I will still race bikes, but not very often. Like my Busa. I haven't ridden my Busa in almost a year. A fucking year! My ZX-10, I haven't driven or ridden, Jesus. Driven and ridden. Since September.
Time 2:31.65.
Like, part of me, though, like, I have, like, the thing about the Busa, a big part of why I haven't ridden it, it's got a very expensive motor in it. One that I don't want to hurt doing something that I don't care about. So the Busa sort of stays parked until I have a bucket list sort of achievement to go for. Like Bonneville Salt Flats, something like that. Chasing a land speed personal record. Doing something that, you know, like for example, anybody ever seen World's Fastest Indian? Burt Monroe? Anthony Hopkins played Burt Monroe, but it's a story about Burt Monroe. Old man who his life goal was to go to the Bonneville Salt Flats. Fan-fucking-tastic movie. If you haven't seen World's Fastest Indian and you like genuine car stories, you will, even if you're not into bikes, you will like the World's Fastest Indian. Such a good, incredible story. But like, my whole thing is I don't want to be old by the time I get to the Bonneville Salt Flats. Or that old, anyway. I want to do it while I have some youth on my side. I don't care if I leave the motor on the Salt Flats. But I want to do it. My other bucket list, like mile per hour, is 250. I want to go 250 really bad. I'm not chasing 300. I don't have the money for it. It's impossible. But 250 is 100% doable inside my budget. And the fact that I would be doing it also myself. But, I don't know. We'll see. The other part of me is like, you know what? I also don't want to die.
Time 2:30.79.
Oh. I'll be honest with you. I mean, there's not a lot of games that I do, though. I don't like the exterior audio in this game. I like the interior audio. It's got a very good sound. I don't know how, I want to say how things are or are not accurate, but the general interior sound is very, all right, I'm in a race car, you know? The exterior sound, I mean, I guess it's probably accurate in the sense where, has anybody ever put a microphone at the end of an exhaust tip? Usually peaks the microphone almost instantaneously. Actually, I might have a video to show something similar to that. After this race, I'll see if I can find it. I know I have it somewhere. I just don't know if I have it currently in my computer. It might be in storage. Does anybody race, I call it third person view in LMU? Downshifts sound pretty good, though. I'll say that. This is so hard to do. I don't know how people do this. In any game, I don't know how people do this. Chase cam, that's right, yep. Yeah, I can't. I like this view. I've always liked bumper cam. Bumper cam has always been one of my favorite. Because the sense of speed is so much higher because the camera's on the ground. This is a very good livery, I'll say that. Hey, good result, P9. I don't even know how I got P9. No idea how I got P9 right there. I didn't pass a single person. I literally let everybody pass. So my guess is everybody just DQ'd or quit. Well, I guess that is the same thing, but... Alright. Woof! Oh, so close. One more race, I think. One more race. Look at that. Look at that. We're right there. So that's weird. The track limit there did not affect it. I got 3 uptick arrows on both quali and I had a one track limit in the race, 1 track limit in quali. I figured that would have hurt me more, but guess not. Now we're skipping that. I'm not doing that one again. How much time we got? 20? Yeah, I'll wait that out. We'll look at some videos. We'll chat. Maybe practice. Let's see. All right. Do modern electronic steering systems mimic rack force feedback effects like a sim? Well, depends on the force feedback. Now, here's the thing. Suspension has much more of an effect on force feedback, in my opinion, than a rack. Because the suspension is the first thing, well, besides the tire and the wheel, obviously, is the first thing that moves the car, essentially. So, like, if you have a real soft suspension, there is a much lesser chance of a bump or something like that making it to the wheel, because it's not moving the rack. Now, if you have a very, very I would imagine, because I've never driven a GT3 car, but I would imagine their suspension is extra stiff by comparison to a comfortable street car. It's going to have a much higher chance of even a small bump moving the wheel on you, you know? So, in that regard, okay. Let's talk my daily driver here. For my daily driver is a fucking cheesy little Focus ST. I love the car, by the way, so eat my ass if you don't like it. Slow as shit. Fun little hot hatch. very, and I mean very, 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 very little feedback into the wheel from the road. Very little. Almost none, I could make the argument. All of video games' force feedback is heavily enhanced and exacerbated because there is no G-forces. There's so many missing elements to real racing from an experience standpoint that they have to generate it through one way and one way only, and that is the wheel. That's why motion is such a big deal in terms of immersion, not so much how good you get. It has no effect on how good you are. In fact, I would make the argument that motion's going to slow you down always. But there are so many, like, you'll feel curbs in a wheel, like a buzz. I mean, bottom line is, anybody own any level of sports car, drive over a rumble strip on the highway. You feel that in the wheel. Maybe not like LMU tells you in this, but I'm also not driving a GT3 car either. Still have rack. You mean like, well, yeah, they still have a steering shaft, I believe. Yeah. No, they absolutely have to have a steering. I'm gonna Google that. They absolutely have to have a steering shaft. I feel like I've removed the steering shaft in my Focus to put an exhaust on it at some point. That could also be me confusing my Mustang jobs as well. Putting headers on a Mustang is fun. On a Coyote, anyway. Does a Ford Focus ST have a steering shaft? Should. Okay. Google AI answer. Grain of salt, but yes, the Ford Focus ST has a steering shaft, which is a key component of its electronic power assisted steering, EPAS system. So yes, it still has a steering shaft, so it is still directly connected to your steering rack, which means, you know, do they have Bluetooth steering? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good with that. I mean, I imagine Tesla, but like, I'm okay with an electronic rack if I still have a manual control to override it if something goes wrong with the electronics. But drive-by-wire on a car, I'm good. For steering, I'm good. I can do throttle drive-by-wire because the brakes still work and I can shut the car off. And I can change it. Well, not really anymore. A lot of cars are on a dial, which is stupid. But I'm okay with drive-by-wire throttle. Not steering. I'm good with that. That is something I don't like. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Electric pump for the power steering. That works. That works. Get me back in the Mustang. Let's see. Well, I actually very much like Teslas, Alex, but I don't like that. But I'm not surprised Tesla has that, because that just seems like a Tesla move. Let me see if I can find this video I'm telling you about here. Car videos. Oh, got it right here. Let me mute the music quick. So this is like, mind you, this is not directly behind the microphone, so it's not completely peaking it, but it still peaks it a little bit. It's above it. This is 800 horsepower, by the way. This is after the blower. I actually like the sound of that car, even with the blower. The blower actually made it sound a little bit better because Coyotes have a natural habit of being overly raspy just by their nature. So when you throw more horsepower at them, it kind of fills out the exhaust a little bit better. Yeah, Cletus comes from 1320 Video. He used to work for 1320 Video. He used to be like a clown, literally, and would only make like vines and shit like that. Vines. And then eventually he started his own thing. Trev, I have a Cobb exhaust on the... My Focus is a full bolt-on car. Nothing special, though. Nothing special. It's just really for enjoyment and to get it out of its own way. A long time ago, I was going to put a turbo on it, like a real turbo, but front-wheel drive. If I had an RS, a Focus RS, it probably would have had a real motor in it and a big turbo. I'd want to make probably like 600 horsepower out of a Focus RS. But because it's front-wheel drive and not all-wheel drive, there's no fucking point. I'm good. It can have its 250 or whatever it makes at the tire right now. I want to say it dynoed years ago, like... Yeah, about 10 years ago. I've had it since 2015, brand new. I want to say 10 years ago it made like 265, 270 at the tire on my buddy's dyno. But that's just enough power to get it out of its own way. It's a fun car, but you're never going to merge on the highway and be like, wow, this is awesome. For reference, my Busa makes the same power as my Focus. And my Busa weighs 370 pounds. The Focus is like 3,300 pounds. So subtract the 0 from the back end of the weight, and that's what my bike weighs, and it makes the same power. So needless to say, it's got a little more pep. Just with a small pulley, it makes 900. Attaboy. Attaboy. Got to make 1,000, though. 1,000 horsepower is the new street car, the mandatory. You have to make 1,000 horsepower if you want to even compete with anything, even though you're not competing with anything, you're just doing it for yourself. But back in my day, 15 years ago, 1,000 horsepower car was like the staple, the benchmark. That's it. You got 1,000 horsepower, you've made it. It's official. Now, 1,000 horsepower, you went to the dealership and signed on the dotted line and put a pulley on it. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. But, well, it's funny, though, because, like, Guy Martin, right? I reference him all the time about how straight line speed at the end of the day is always the benchmark. And, like, because, like I said, I want to do 250. I'm all set with 300. I can't do it. Guy Martin's chasing 300 and is struggling. Guy Martin's done all of the craziest shit you can think of on a sport bike. And yet, his like, bucket list achievement is 300 miles an hour. Because there is, like, 200 miles an hour was a bucket list. I did it real early. And now 200 miles an hour, I do 200 miles an hour in every single one of my races. So 200 miles an hour is not even remotely close to a bucket list ending anymore. It's like standard. I've done 230, 231 to be exact. I want to do 250. But I also don't want to spend any money. So, I don't know if I'll ever do it. Look at this. This is old. I made this video, I think, in 2000 and maybe 9? Maybe 8. 2008, 2009. Such a cheesy video. Look at it. I don't even know what I'm using. This might be Windows Movie Maker. I don't even know. The sticker he had on his hood was always funny. Where is it? Yeah, this sticker here, 450 horsepower. It made 70 more horsepower at the tire, and he's got a 450 horsepower badge, like crank horsepower. And the Ken Bell, yeah, Ken Bell made 100 more horsepower, but it was also a convertible, so it was heavy. Damn, it does not like this. Via. I can't play the video because it's got fucking Avenged Metallica, sorry, playing in the background. That was back before YouTube monetization was a thing. Looking for like other good. Oh, here you go. Here's an old video. Boneyard 6.0 motor GTO. Too many periods. 12.1 at 113. This was a $500 drop-in truck motor that I got because I just blew the real motor that was in this car. So I went to the junkyard, picked up a 6-liter. Didn't do a damn thing. No, that's a lie. It's a lie. I put an LS6 cam in it, which is essentially the LS2 cam. So it was an LS6 cam and literally a truck motor. So slow. My buddy at the time was, he's like, you'll be lucky if you go 12.9 with that thing. And you might go 105. And 12.1, 113 with literally spending $500 at a junkyard. $600. And I already had the cam sitting on the shelf. So I was like, fuck it. Let me slap this cam in here. See what happens. Oh, boy. How much time we got? 7 minutes. 7 minutes to kill, boys. This was Boss 302. It was either 450 or 475 here. I can't remember which one it was. It was basically either pre or post Cobra Jet manifold. Cobra Jet manifold picked up a lot of power on the car. Like a lot of power. Like I was like, holy shit, I can't believe I made that much more power. And this is a 3-valve pro-charged Mustang. Piece of shit motor, but with a shit ton of boost packed into it, so it still got out of its own way and it was pretty quick. Oh shit, what the fuck? Where the hell did the video go? I don't know what's going on, but that's like not playing. That's weird. There we go. I miss this car so much. Truly miss this car. I don't know what the person's filming. Like I'm racing someone. You look at the car that you're racing, not the open road in front of you. Let's see. Yeah, PMR tonight. Yep, for sure. PMR open lobbies tonight. I'm looking for one of my favorite races with a Cobra. This is actually the... This is 800 horsepower versus 800 horsepower right here. God, cameras were so bad. Yeah, 13302. Yeah, mine was a 12, clearly. There's actually, ironically, there's a car near me. That's the orange. I forgot what the orange paint code color was called. But Grabber Blue. I was always a fan of Grabber Blue. The Grabber Blue 13 boss. But, yeah, I missed the shit out of that car. Feel better than the camera used today for federal buildings, right? Oh, man. Where is this one video? Here we go. This is one of my favorite races because there was a lot of drama, but this was, it might be comp orange. I'd have to look it up. It wasn't metallic orange. It might have been comp orange. This was the brighter 04 Cobra. Not the darker red, the brighter red. But this car was, there was a lot of drama before this race went off. And, I want to say this car made just under 500 on the... It was a ported Eaton blower. Stock blower. But whatever the Stegmeyer Stage 8 billion port was. And I was, again, bolt-on car. Stock motor. But with a Cobra Jet manifold and stuff. Mine made... My car right here for sure makes 475. At the tire. Oh, no, wait. I lied. I big time lied. I'm shifting super slow right here because my transmission's hurt. I don't even have a clutch in this car yet. No, this car makes like 430 right now. Car makes like 430 right there. Yeah, so fun fact, stock motor in that car. It started off stock at 390 at the tire. And I got it up to 475 at the tire without opening the motor. So much money, though. Holy shit. I'm talking, I got 5 horsepower out of rem polishing the ring and pinion. That was a pretty cool one to see. My buddy had a dyno, so I probably have like 500 run files with that car on my buddy's dyno. Testing every single thing. Because your basic full bolt-on Boss 302 at the time, I made 425, 430. It was actually one of the lower numbers. I was like, oh man, it's kind of a bummer. The internet says I should make more power, you know? And, but I ended up getting 475 out of it through a lot. The Cobra Jet manifold was worth like 25 horsepower. That really was like money well spent. What do we have for time? 1 minute. All right, let me go take a piss, and then let's get our silver. All right. Better get some practice in before tonight. I don't want to be last again. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you were. I was actually pretty wild, Eagles. That's how I know you're old. Your skill expired very quickly in this short amount of time without playing. You went from kicking my ass, literally, kicking my ass, took 2 weeks off, jumped back in, and I'm like on the brakes slowing down. Because I'm like, whoa, what's going on here? Trying to not hit you. And I haven't gotten any better. That's all you, buddy. You're that rusty. Give it a few sessions, though. You'll be right back to kicking my ass. What happened to Kyle1320? I don't know. What happened? I missed the comments, too. Did something happen? Oh, he died? What the fuck happened? Dude, I totally missed that part of the 1320 talk. I only saw the comment about how Cletus started. What the fuck? Oh, I gotta look it up. Let me join this event quick before I get bounced. Kyle 1320 video. Involved in an auto accident while filming for YouTube channel yesterday. Wait, that was posted January 26th. Never mind, that's old. What happened? Because everything I'm reading on is old. Was he in has he been hospitalized for months? Everything I'm seeing is from 3 months ago from him being in an accident. Yeah, I got nothing on it. It's all old shit. $13.20, put it on their Facebook. I mean, I believe you if you say it, but I don't have Facebook. That's the thing. Syncing server, real road, please wait. What? There we go. How did he die? What actually, did he die doing the thing? You know, the racing thing? I'll check it out in a sec. Actually, no, I'm gonna read it quick. I'm more curious on that than this video game. Well, it does look like he passed away, but it didn't say what from. Oh, that sucks. Rest in peace. I don't know if it was a racing-related death, but it was a big part of why I retired from it. Self-induced? Uh-oh. That's not good. Free from challenges he may have been facing. Yeah, that doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound good one bit. Dude, I'm telling you, man, it's... Check on your people, always. You might think someone's being ignorant, someone's being an asshole, someone's excluding you or, you know, not involving you with things, and you might blame them for it. It might seem like it's offensive, but a lot of times that's where it leads to. Inner demons. Check your people. That sucks. Yep. He's one of the biggest influences on my, like, career in the sense of, if you're my age, there's a good chance you were motivated in motorsports by 1320 video. Most of my motorsports experience is on the street. Oh, I agree. It's way more entertaining with two chicanes. It's movie accurate, though. Ford versus Ferrari type. You sit in the straight, relaxing. I did, yeah, I saw that. JL as well, yep. I did see that. I've only ever talked to him one time, though. You know, so I don't want to necessarily talk ill of the dead, so I won't, but... yeah, I heard about that one. I don't know why I went into first right there. This is where I want to be in first. He did. He asked about Boris. But then, by the time I saw it, he had already found Boris. I don't pay attention necessarily to Discord like it's, you know, social media and shit like that. I'll check it, and then I'll, like, run through everything. But unless I'm already in a conversation with someone, I typically don't get notified of a new conversation. So yeah, I didn't see it until he had, I guess, already found Boris. I mean, the thing is that everybody does have their demons. Everyone, every single person. Obviously, there's a massive scale to how strong those demons are. But I don't know. That's actually one of the biggest reasons we're gonna go dark for a second here. One of the bigger reasons that I stay away from, like, painkillers. I'm more scared of painkillers than I am of any other substance. Because, painkillers, a big part of, like, the come down from the high is depression. Like, massive depression. So So yeah, you'll feel great because your dopamine hit, no pain. But when you start coming down from that, there's like this massive reality check that stems past just physical pain. I guess I should say I don't get that with alcohol. But usually the little bit of potential depression you get from alcohol requires a good amount of alcohol, and it's very short-lived. It's more a heart-to-heart of depression than, like, legitimate depression. Because alcohol, when you get depressed on alcohol, you tend to not shut up and vent all your demons. With, like, a painkiller, when you come off from those, the depression you get from those is very, like, inside your own head. And you're very quiet. Which is not how you want to deal with problems. Yep. My problem with that, Fogbound, is that in part of losing a lot of my nerve, because I've been around so much, like, motorcycle death, especially in the last few years. And the last one that happened was a guy I knew that was a far more experienced and better rider than me. And he got by routine riding. Someone pulled out in front of him. That's all it takes. Dead. So, like, I've lost a lot of my nerve when it comes to riding. I love living out in farmland like I do because I enjoy riding because I'm not worried about people being in the way. But, like, any kind of area where there are cars and traffic, I'm good. I don't want any part of being on a bike.
Lap 3, 57.69.
Anyway, let me read some positive comments about sim racing here. Do you know about Canadian YouTuber Daniel Morad? He is a professional GT driver and sim racer. He is a cool guy to meet him in person back in 2023, IMSA, Detroit. So, I'm very divided on him. I'm sure he's a decent person, like a decent guy and stuff like that. But I do highly recommend taking everything he says about realism and iRacing and things like that with a massive, oversized grain of salt. Because he makes money through iRacing. He has a massive bias. So like Fogbound said, he's a massive, he's a iRacing hardcore fanboy. So there's a lot of people that have done the real thing.
Formation lap has started.
That I don't believe, not because I think that they're wrong, because I think that they're lying, because they make money. So, there have been a lot of GT drivers who are not sponsored by anybody in sim racing, who are on the younger side, that go, yep, that's not real, that's bullshit. That does not, and the real car does not do that. The real car stays gripped up. I put up a short video of a younger dude who races GT3 cars jumping into LMU and pulling out of the garage right here and spinning out of control. He's like, oh, that doesn't happen in the real car, but I guess that's just cold tires. Because I was making fun of that in this game. When you're running, like right now, it's, as you can see, it's 77 degrees. But when you're running colder temps, you'll spin coming out of the garage, and you can't control it. I was losing control of the car like 1/8 to quarter throttle. And I'm like, I'm sorry. That's just, and nothing about that is even remotely close to a realistic. I don't care if I'm on all-season tires and it's winter time. The car's not going to spin out like that at that little amount of throttle. But the game was telling you it was because, again, I don't know if it's still like that. That was months ago. But the point is that other GT drivers that make money through Sims will ignore things like that and talk about all the good shit and blah, 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 and this, that, and the other thing. Whereas someone who is a professional that has no bias, you're going to get a lot more honesty out of them. So like I said, it's not that I don't think Daniel Morad is right or wrong. I think money plays a big factor in his opinions of things. Like me right now, I can 100% confidently say iRacing's AI is fundamentally 100 times better than every other Sims AI.
Green flag, green flag.
But their tire physics, I'm sorry, iRacing's tire physics are kind of on the dog shitty side. I do agree. James Baldwin is one of the people that I do listen to. He's very objective. He was also one of the only guys that could set a lap time on PMR on the initial trial. I remember that. Everybody who played PMR had no clue how to fucking drive it. James Baldwin gets in there and tells you how he's gonna go fast based off of playing Project Cars. And he still had fun with it. You know, he said it wasn't very realistic the way you could slide it, and that I do very much agree with. I hated the GT3s in PMR when the game first came out. Like, hated them. I'm gonna let this guy go by. Yeah, Super GT, Gran Turismo 7, massive sponsor. Massive. Why do you think he went back to Fanatec from Simagic? Truly, why do you think he did that? Because he can now natively use Fanatec on his PS5 for GT7. Simagic, he could not. Yeah, everybody is realistically, regardless of like, say, fanboy or whatever terms you want to use, the reality of the situation is, if these people who have with real racing experience make money by promoting a specific game, their opinion is no longer honest. That's just nature. That's not racing, that's everything in life. It's called having a bias. And when money's involved, you have a big bias. Everybody wants to make more money. That's why, like, all of the content creators that review hardware all start off by saying that they were sponsored to review this hardware. That is the most honest you can possibly be when it comes to that level of thing. I'm a Simagic affiliate. I'm partnered with them. They send me shit, and I use it. That's a bias. It just so happens I really like Simagic, but it is still a bias. So everything I say when it comes to promoting Simagic, you have to accept that there is a grain of salt there. But the only thing I will say about me, and this is a personality trait, and this comes from my business, my actual business, where I make actual money. Sim racing, I make money, but I don't think that I can pay my cell phone bill and maybe my car insurance from what I make from YouTube. I'm a dealer for a lot of different components in motorcycles. Brock's Performance is one of the few companies that I'm a dealer for, and I get a really good discount that I will prop up their product because I believe in their product. It's a good product. There are other companies out there that I'm a dealer for. So, for example, carbon fiber, a lot of carbon fiber companies. They're all junk. They're all pieces of shit. I lose a lot of money through my honesty because of that. For example, a carbon fiber fuel tank for a Hayabusa from one of these companies is $2,500. Here, pass me. Take the pass. Take the pass. Take the pass. Is $2,500. My dealer discount is 50%. So if I sell you a retail tank for 5% off, I make 45% profit. That's a lot of money for being a handshake transaction. I don't even see the product. I just check you out. You know how many of those tanks that I sold in all my years of motorcycles? 0. Because they were pieces of shit. And I've told them, I cannot sell your product, no matter how much you want to give me a discount for. I will not run this product on my own bike. I have to build customer bikes. I cannot have someone's potential death on my conscience because you make a shit product and I would make money selling your product. I'm good. That being said, though, there's no death in sim racing. So there's a little bit more leniency there. But I like to think I carry that whole, like, yeah, your product's kind of a piece of shit. Money's not that important to me. I value my, I have too much pride in myself to sell my soul for a couple bucks. And I don't make enough money in this for it to matter. I don't care. What is... I don't know what that dude's doing, but... I do agree, boosted media is very much a reliable source. He recently posted an article. Most of the time, he in a video that he's... If you actually pay attention to boosted media shit, most of the time he focuses on the negatives of a sponsored review. I very much agree. He is a genuine reviewer. Like, for example, I used to watch Kirit's videos. I never watched him on, like, video games. I would watch his reviews on hardware, right? After seeing his PMR reviews, I now no longer trust his hardware reviews. That's the unfortunate side of lying. When you're talking about something that I don't know anything about, I'll listen to you, because I don't know anything about it. But when you start talking about something that I actively know a lot about, and everything you're saying is filled with inconsistencies and misinformation, all of the things that you now talk about that I don't know about, I just no longer believe you. And Kirith now lost any following. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm one person. He doesn't give a shit. But based off Kirith's PMR reviews, I no longer trust any of his hardware reviews. So congratulations. Thing is, I'm not the only person who's probably like that. But that's just the reality of it. All bullshit merchants, yep. I agree. Boosted Media, I think, is probably the only sim racing YouTube channel that I'm subscribed to that does reviews.
0.30.
Oof, got a little shaky right there. But like, I always see this constant debate about like iRacing versus LMU and which one's better and this, that, and the other thing. And well, iRacing is better in a lot of ways, but LMU is better in a lot of ways. And one way that LMU is a lot better than iRacing is the driving. The driving in the racing simulator is better in LMU. So by that standard, that metric, which is pretty important in sim racing, you would think this is the better racing simulator. And it all comes down to tire behavior. It's like, the part that I don't understand about it, it's like if you've ever driven a car in real life, any car. I don't know why that guy's going so slow. Maybe he's got something stuck under his accelerator. About their own virtue. Hey, I do that sometimes. I like to think that when I give my opinion, though, I'm giving you some context to why my opinion, or when I talk about my past, I like to think that is providing some level of context to my opinion. And I'm not just saying word salads all day. Because the last thing I do when it comes to like I hate that people do this all the time, is they'll talk about realism, and then their reference point is another sim when they're talking about realism. And I'm sorry, none of them are real. They are not a reference point for something that's real. You might like it better, and that's totally fine. There are a lot of times in arcadey games, there are unrealistic things that I find more enjoyable to do. But it is not a reference point for realism, by any means. Yeah, that part I agree. I'm like 50-50 on Gamer Muscle for different reasons. I genuinely believe Gamer Muscle's opinions are his own opinions. He's not being paid, he's not shilling, he's not doing anything of that nature. However, he lacks a lot of basic fundamental experience to talk about racing. Obviously, I lack a shit ton of circuit racing experience, GT3s, all this shit. But I've driven a lot of cars, and I've raced a lot of cars. I have a lot of varying different motorsports experience to build some version of, like, context to my opinion. While Gamer Muscle has tons and tons and tons and tons and tons more sim racing experience than I do. It doesn't even compare. He probably in one sim has more hours than I have in all of sim racing. But I trust that he is not lying. He believes the shit he's saying. That's where I can give Gamer Muscle some credit. I do believe him when he says something that he believes what he's saying. Whereas a lot of the other guys out there, when they talk, they're lying through their teeth and they fucking know it. They're just chilling, they're making money, whatever it is. Because by Gamer Muscle's opinion of AC alone, he's not a shill. You think Kunos is paying him to hype up a Assetto Corsa? They would, bottom line is this, if he was a Kunos shill, he'd be hyping up AC Evo, and he dogs AC Evo. So, but I will say, Gamer Muscle is definitely somebody that I can only listen to in very, very small windows. I'm sure there's plenty of people that feel that way about me too, and I get it. Trust me, I get it. But, he does have a very know-it-all personality. I do too. But again, if I don't know something, I will openly right away be like, I don't know. I have no idea. Let me look that up. I could be wrong. Let me look that up. But when I know something, that's when I speak with confidence. Because I've experienced it a ton of times. And when I get super passionate about tires not working correctly, it's because I've experienced a lot of fucking tires in my life. And none of them have ever done what some of these games tell me that tires do. It's like they take a very narrow window of realism with a tire, and they expand it to the whole thing and be like, nope, this is the blanketed effect of what happens in this scenario. Like, according to iRacing, drifting in real life could not be possible. You cannot drift. And that's bullshit. That's where I love PMR. PMR captures some semblance of realism through driving over the limit. Because in real life, there has not been a single car I've ever driven that I've intentionally kicked out some oversteer and driven through it. It is actually very easy to do. The real life repercussions of that is you go slower, you lose time, but you don't crash and lose control because you went past the limit and there's no control past the limit. It's a massive amount of bullshit that happens in sim racing that I cannot stand. It was a big part of what turned me on to PMR before it was released, was Ben Collins saying those exact same things. Ben Collins notoriously sucks at sim racing, but is one hell of a real-life driver. And he complains about the same things that I hate in sim racing, which is what turned me on to PMR. Unfortunately, we all know the sad story of the launch of PMR, but still, that's besides the point. The off-road tires, and admittedly in iRacing, I have almost zero experience with the off-roading side of things. I've only done GT and some hypercar racing. I've done no oval or dirt.
Lap 3, 55.74.
The biggest problem with, like, comparing real, like, is the blanket statements. Someone say, this sim is more realistic, this sim is more realistic, this sim is more realistic. The reality is that every sim has different elements that are more realistic than another sim, but no sim does everything more realistic. Not even close. Where PMR's most realistic trait is tires going past the limit. That is the most realistic part of, PMR. Being able to control the car on a slide. Why I love the GT cars. The amount of turns I am sideways in with the C6R, and I have full control, and I know that I have full control because the game is telling me that, that to me is realism to a T. In iRacing, when I go a little too fast and generate a little too much oversteer, and the second I step past the limit, I crash and hit a wall, that's not realistic. You have zero control of the tires past the limit. The tires quite literally just shut off. They turn plastic out of nowhere. I agree with you, Victory. It's going to take time, but I do believe PMR, inside of their first season, I just hope that they're financially able to continue the game past Season 1, aka Year 1. But I do believe at the end of Year 1, we're going to have a really, 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 really awesome game to both drive in, to race in, to do everything with. I just worry that it's going to be, after Year 1, it's going to be current ACC and current Forza Motorsport. No support. I worry about that. I hope not, but that's my only fear. I have all the confidence that the game's going to be awesome by the end of its 1 year cycle. My biggest complaint, honestly, about the driving in LMU, and I've said this many times, I've gotten it better, but it's still not as good as PMR, is sense of speed. Sense of speed is so important to immersion. And believe it or not, immersion makes you a better driver. If, like, for me, like, if I'm approaching a turn, I have to look at my telemetry to know how fast I'm going. And figure out, okay, oh shit, I'm going too fast, I'm going too slow, blah, blah, blah. Whereas with good sense of speed, I know that I'm going fast because the visuals are telling me that I'm going fast. You know? Is it too late? That is a question that only the devs are truly able to answer. Because at the end of the day, like I said, the advantage is that they are a much smaller studio, and while that's a disadvantage from a development side, it's an advantage from a making money side. You don't need to make anywhere near as much money as the other sims to stay afloat. They don't have a studio to pay for. They're all remote, which is, to me, is a positive thing. Although a lot of people look at that as a massive negative. For me, that's a massive positive. As long as everybody is properly communicating, that's a positive. But, small staff, no building, or no studio. That's a, massive financial advantage for making money. So we'll see. We'll see.
58.46.
And you know, I know it's... No one talks about the pop-in that happens in LMU. This game right now is on absolute max settings. There's nothing I can do to make my graphics better in LMU right now. They are absolutely maxed. And I see a shit ton of pop-in. It's just not as aggressive. The problem with PMR is its shadow pop-in. Its shadow pop-in is very, very jarring. But I just saw a friggin' fence not be there. I got within like 100 meters of it and the fence appeared. Pretty close to the car. No one talks about that. But I hear that talked about all the time with PMRs pop-in. Do they rent or own the servers? That part I do not know. The other option is making it 100% peer-to-peer. So if you no longer can support a game in any way, making the online, which this won't help ranked play, but for at least like AMS2, for example, I do believe is 100% peer-to-peer. When you're hosting a lobby, anyway. I could be wrong. I'd have to truly look that one up to get confident information, but I believe AMS2 is 100% peer-to-peer for hosting lobbies. And in that sense, the game can survive forever. Online. Oh! Yeah, Gamer Muscle's first review of PMR felt honest, felt genuine. But then it felt like he almost got bullied into being part of the mob. And when the second time he reviewed it, when the game was way better, the second time he reviewed PMR was way better than the first time he reviewed it. He only talked negatively about it the whole time. I'm like, oh, okay, we lost another one. Well, the good thing, Fogbound, is that VR and triples will come at the exact same time. According to devs, they are literally one and the same process. So once one comes, both will show up. But MDI, which was extremely important to that, which is now on the PC side only, was the big stepping stone to get that dialed working correctly to implement VR and triples. That part about Gamer Muscle, I agree. He's a little too aggressive with how he talks to people. Listen, I talk to idiots all the time, but I don't necessarily call them idiots the whole time, you know? I do have to pull my punches out of just sheer respect, you know? You can be wrong and be an idiot, but not try and go out of your way to offend someone, you know? And I know nothing happens when you offend them, I get it. But the point is like, there's no reason to be disrespectful. Victory, I do believe that's what happened. Alright. Did we get it, boys? Are we officially silver? Are we officially silver? Here we go. Holland Bass, I see it too in this. To some developers, it's called the circle of death because it's like a circle that follows the car. It's like that in PMR too. The car is the center point of the rendering, and there's a certain radius from the car that in like a circle that fully renders everything in as you approach it. And on PC, at least, I really do wish there was a way, or at least that they would give us the ability to extend that circle's full render, so the pop-in isn't as close to us as it could be. I understand why it would be a certain way on console. You'll have a fixed setup. There's only so much you can do. But like PC has a varying amount of horsepower. Right now, with my hardware on PMR, here we go. At least using DLSS quality, but max settings on PMR, I sit on the frame rate cap. Silver one! We're there, boys. All right, now I can never play again. Just kidding. Wait, why is it... how long does it take to update? How long does it take to update officially? There it is. Te querés, wepe. What do the kazoo horn things sound? What are they? All right, let's see what I can do now that I'm silver. What does it give me? Hey, look at that. It's still GT, though. Hold on, we got P2, P3. Damn. Paul Ricard. Ooh, I don't know shit about Paul Ricard, though. Prototype fixed. When is that? 15th, so that's at 3:30. Ugh, we got some time on that one. Actually, we got a little less than an hour. I hate that it's Spa. But we have a little less than an hour for that race. So maybe we'll practice for it. I hate to have to spend more money on this game, but I think I'm going to get a pro membership just so I can subscribe to these races and get my cool liveries. I hate it. The Call of Duty fucking lemming brain in me is like, I need my liveries, man! I can't play this game without a livery, man! So, I'm gonna spend $50 fucking for a year so I can have custom liveries. Woo! What an idiot. What a maroon. I guess I get, online championships too that I'm likely never gonna do. You really want me on your team, Holland Bass? I'm going to be the relief pitcher that's really, really, really bad when you're up 100 runs to none and it doesn't matter what happens. That's going to be me. All right, let me read some of the missed comments here. Got a minute here. Viewers, I'm going to fear you up. That's streamer syndrome. When you have people always fanboying over your opinion, you build an ego. He probably never had a real job in his life. I don't want to say that, Fogbound, but I mean, it's possible, but I don't want to speculate too much on that stuff. He could be a genuine dude and just has a rough, UK personality on stream. But let's face it, he doesn't stream very often. So, I mean, I do think there is a big part of why he doesn't have 100,000 subs yet. He's been doing this a very long time. He has a lot of, in my opinion, decent videos anyway. And he's still not at 100,000. So I think a lot of his rough personality is a factor in that. For me, straightforward, good team, and take no notice of negative people because they will bring PMR alive in time, prove negative wrong. I do think there is definitely some comms issues with Straight 4. Straight 4 tends to just ignore backlash publicly. And a lot of times I do genuinely think they need to address it. Even if it's in, like, lawyer speak, whatever. Like, a lot of times things need to be put to the forefront before it becomes a real problem. Well, I can tell you guys like Sora 100% are immune to the negativity. That man does not give a shit about that. He just wants to work and wants to do a good job, and that's all he cares about. That man does not give a flying fuck. He could get on my stream and I can call him a cocksucking piece of shit. Be like, that's cool. That's cool. You're right, I am. That's how he would reply to that. That's just who he is. He does not care. I wish my skin was that thick. I see stupidity and I'm like, I gotta type! You stupid idiot! The schedule is definitely... Actually, let's check that real quick. I saved it on my favorites on my computer. Oh, duh, bookmarks tab. I'm looking at my history. I'm so confused. I'm like, where are my bookmarks? Well, I could technically do some more, I could build myself a little bit of a window net by doing some more other races. You know? I got from B3 to S1 very quickly. 3 races. The whole sweep. I probably could have done it in 2 if I didn't get 2 track limits on the second spa race. I don't know if that is the same gradual improvement or each rank requires more races to move up. I don't know how that works. If it's like experience points in a video game or something. So this right here. This is a really cool feature. I'm glad they added this. I do agree it'd be cool to put this on an app. It would be cool to put this on an app. No, tomorrow. Yeah, stay away from the Discord, bro. It's a toxic cesspool of stupidity and just arrogance and ignorance and entitlement. I hate the Discord. If I were the devs, I would delete it. I'm not even kidding. Fuck that Discord. The amount of times people have debated with me over completely irrational, pointless things to debate about. It's like, why are we talking about this? Why are you leaning... Like, you just want to be right about something for the sake of being right about something. Regardless of how much information you're ignoring just to be right. There's no conversation in that Discord. It's just toxicity. I'm good. I'm good. If I could light a digital representation of a house on fire, that's the house. Hopefully nobody's inside, of course. But I would burn that motherfucker down. All right. We got silver 1. The only thing I do agree with this, and I think Foy said this to me the other day, was that it'd be cool if you could see the amount of people that have also registered for it in this little app here. Because, like, I kind of want to do this NGT Pro Cup, I'm not going to lie. I feel like part of me wants to switch over to PMR just because I hit my goal for silver today. And I don't want to immediately ruin that. I really should get some LMP2 practice first. What do you guys want? How about this? Let me ask you guys, since you're the ones watching, I'll do either. Should I do some LMP2 practice for the ranked race coming up? Or should I jump over to ranked PMR and try out the NGT race, which is in 6 minutes? We could technically raid, what do you call it? Yeah, Hall and Bass, I'm watching that video you sent me. That's exactly the point. That's what you should be able to do in every single car in iRacing. Because every single car in real life can do that if you have throttle control. But in a lot of these video games, there is pure punishment for going past the limit. There's no throttle control to save you. It's just off. You're crashed, you over. You went past the limit. Your punishment is dying now. Yep, we just hit silver. We are officially silver. Let's see. Weekend solo LMP2. Let's how much time? I got about an hour. You know what? Let's do this. Let's do this. This is what I want to do because I really want to do that NGT race. I'm going to do the NGT race. This, by the way, this is a problem I have with LMU. Did anybody else have this? I mean, I don't really give a shit because I'm closing the game, but the game crashes and gets me an error report every time I close it. It's so weird. Every single time I close the game. I don't care because I'm closing the game. So it's failing. It's doing what I want and failing at the same time. So I think what my plan is going to be is I'm going to do this NGT race because I really want to do some NGT. Then I'm going to switch back over to LMU. I'm going to do some LMP2 practice and try and catch that Paul Ricard race. Although I really should probably not do that race. I really should just practice. Oh, no, not Paul Ricard. Sorry, Spa. I at least know... I'm not good on Spa, but I at least fundamentally somewhat understand it. Whereas Paul Ricard, I don't know where the fuck I'm going on Paul Ricard. Did we get anything new today? Nope, nothing new today. I'm still waiting on my Viper livery update. The one thing I'm waiting on for right now in this is Mafungo, make sure you get GTEs if you haven't already. These cars drive fantastic. So in pure street car brain, the C7 ZR1 liveries. Viper. I have blue and red. Oh, you son of a bitch. The blue and red liveries. But if you notice, this is what's in for being edited on these. The stripe. The stripe is off center. It's spread too far. Watch the real stripe. That's the real stripe. That's the livery. It's too far apart. But anyway, these are all OEM colors. Once the stripes get edited, the Viper will be good. And then the Ford GT we also did. I'm going to be doing all street car liveries for the GTE class. Because I'm a loser. And I like street cars. I have not tried your Porsche NGT setup. I've been meaning to do that because you're fast as shit. Like, disgustingly fast. I didn't want that car, but... not this one. Can you do me a favor, Holland Bass? Make me a setup for this car. This is my favorite car in NGT. I just like this car in real life. This was actually like a fundamentally super fucking badass car that was way too fast for its class when it came out. Of all of the cars in this game, this is my #1 pick for getting an audio buff for the real car. The real car sounds so fucking badass. And it sounds like a 6-cylinder M3 in this game. It sounds so badass in real life. Like, the hypercars, a lot of them are wrong, but they still sound good. This car literally just sounds like a 6-cylinder M3. Like a 3-liter. But this is my absolute favorite NGT. Ugh. Another thing that really pisses me off about LMU that I really like about PMR, it's little things like this that really should show you goodwill and intention. PMR's soundtrack, their music, is copywritten, but not claimed. You play this on stream, Stephen Baysted, the guy who makes the music, will get an actual notification on YouTube saying someone is using your music. Do you want to copyright claim them? He actively clicks no because he wants the music out there. He wants people to hear it. LMU, you play 15 seconds of their music, their menu music, your entire stream is copyright claimed. All I'm saying, shit like that goes a long way with me. All right, this is a visual thing that I can't wait. Look at the clouds. I can't wait. The thing that sucks about ranked is all of their ranked weather is average, and the low resolution clouds are specific to average weather, and it's hard to look at. No likey. This is what I mean by solo qualifying being king. I'm getting lucky right now, but I'm still losing time dancing around people. Funny is I was driving that like it was a total push lap. I was sending it right there. I mean, obviously going based off of feedback in the game, but I was not pulling my punches on that lap. Front ride height, one click lower. One click on final drive. All right, I'll give it a shot. Yeah, because this is an all default. This is all I ever use, an all default M3. I'm not even qualifying with less fuel in the car right now. I'm weird. I do the opposite. I qualify with a slower car. And then I, yank the fuel out of it for the race. Thank you for moving out of my way. Look at that. Etiquette in qualifying? Say it ain't so. For me, Fogbound, it's basically the same. It's really going to benefit guys with CPU bottlenecks more than anything else. The only place it really affected my frame rate is when I run, when I run 32-man AI lobbies. Before that would bottleneck, CPU bottleneck me, and my GPU would drop to like 75% with 32 AI cars. Now it stays at 100%. I want to say I picked up like 15% frame rate. But when I'm running no AI cars or online, 0 performance difference for me. But I'm not CPU bottleneck then. Because all the MDI stuff does was shift CPU rendered assets to the GPU. So it's only going to help a CPU bottleneck scenario. There are actually some weird scenarios where you'll get less frames. But like, so if you had like a 9800 X3D and like an RTX 2070, that's a very mismatched setup. But the point is that if you had that, your GPU was a bottleneck before MDI. So now you just shifted more load over to the GPU and your frame rate likely dropped. But that's usually not how it is. Most people... Oh, shit! My bad, M3. I was fully locked up. I don't know what's happening right now. I don't know. I hate if it's not solo qualifying, I'm sorry. I fucking hate it. Fuck this. Back to the... I swear. It's the worst fucking part about playing PMR ranked. Solo qualifying. It's why I don't do it in custom lobbies. It's not worth it. Not fucking worth it. Just sitting like all... We're good. I'll make myself a beverage. Actually, I don't have time. There's a reason why LMU, iRacing, all the fucking successful sims have solo qualifying. I'm sorry, but it's not going to be doable to have a good qualifying experience with a full grid. It isn't. Bottom line is, no matter how much people want sim racing to be real, it is not real. People are never going to drive cars like they're real cars. They're going to drive like they want to win. Qualifying, no one's... Like I said, I had that one guy that gave me position when he saw that I had more pace than him. But outside of that, people are going to fight and dance in qualifying. Or just drive ignorantly, one or the other. It is what it is. Oh shit, that's right, the vehicle setup. First of all, where am I at for fuel? How many laps is this? 10 laps. $7 gallons. We'll go a little bit more fuel. 7.5. And then drop final drive. You said drop final drive 1 click? So make it shorter or longer? Because this is making my gearing shorter right now. Making my final drive a bigger number. Okay. And then suspension, you said, what, front ride height 1 click? Is that what you said? That it? ACS qualifying like this with low fuel motorsports. Yeah, that was one click. I just went back and forth. That's one click down. Here. You're accountable for this. No, you son of a bitch! Must be cool to save replays. I did say I saved one of my replays last night, my last race in Jester stream. Drove through 13 people from the back with no qualifying. It's so much easier to race without fucking streaming. It's so much easier to race. It's crazy. All right, let's see if those numbers stuck. 35, yep. Yep, we're good. All right. Holland Bass, you're accountable here. Yeah. Well, the problem is, it's like 6 months in, and PlayStation still doesn't have a natural bigger SSD. I get it. But it is what it is at this point. Trials and tribulations. Set every sim. I disagree on that.
Focus on the lights.
Geo. AMS2 at 120% is way harder than PMR at 100%. Everybody died. Oh my god. What is happening next to me? What is happening next to me? You think I care about ranking? I would rather no longer participate in what I just experienced. That was fun. That was a nice waste of my fucking time. Back to LMU. What a fucking joke that was. No regulation of that either. At least with LMU, there's driver ratings and safety ratings to prevent some of that. But like, because don't get me wrong, LMU was just as bad as that in the low ranks or in the low safety ratings. It's fucking pinball shit. It's garbage. But now that I'm in a trusted, as soon as I became trusted driver, driving etiquette completely changed in LMU. Yeah, I'm staying the fuck out of ranked. Sorry. I 0% of ranked in PMR I enjoy. It's just a shit show. It's a fucking shit show. What a joke that was. Whoever that was, you're a cocksucker. Just letting you know. If it was intentional. If it wasn't intentional, you got work to do. But if it was intentional, you're a cocksucker. Only in ranked, oil slick. Only in ranked. I hate people. People really are the worst thing about the world. They ruin everything. Oh. I was going to have a G Fuel. I feel like I need a Bloody Mary now. I think I'm going to have a Bloody Mary when I get off stream. That wasn't even a good launch on my end, by the way. That was one of my worst launches, and I still drove myself to first place. But then, of course, there's turn 1, and people go, "No, I'm going to keep going straight. Fuck you, eat my asshole." What a fucking joke, man. Why do people drive so badly? I gotta win in turn 1. We got 10 laps. That happened to you. What is that? What is what? Racecraft. I'm subscribing. I'm spending $50 right now to become a pro member for LMU, so I can get liveries and schedule races. And what a waste of money. Like, that race in PMR is making me spend money because I'm pissed off. I need to get a dopamine fix. Never remember my Steam password. Ugh. It sucks that PMR's ranked is so bad. Because I have the most fun I have in all of sim racing and custom lobbies. But the ranked is just miserable. It sucks. And unfortunately, people play video games mostly for ranked shit. Because they're addicted to the competition. Do you have any idea how long it's taking me to fucking check out right now? A lot of opportunities here to back out of making a purchase. Fucking sign in here, sign in here, sign in there, sign in here, sign in everywhere. Everybody gets a sign in. Old MacDonald had a sign in E-I-E-I-O with a sign in here and a sign in there. Everywhere a sign here. Fuck. I don't want to log in faster with two-factor authentication. Here's my fucking password. Let me spend and give you money. I love that. The circle of loading death after you click pay. Subscription successfully purchased. Please allow a couple of minutes for the purchase to process. All right, let's see if this circle goes blue now. This circle here should go blue because I'm officially a pro member now. I guess it didn't go blue, but I am pro. Okay. I'm officially $48 broker to pay for permission. The mob of LMU got more money out of me. Renting servers is separate, I believe. I don't all you get out of pro, here, I'll show you. Let me sign up for this race first. Let me use my membership, guys, and sign up for this upcoming race. What do we like for the LMP3s? Because I actually don't know which one I drove last time that I really liked. Or are they all pretty solid? Actually, they're the same car, aren't they? Yeah, they are. Never mind. They're all liveries. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Go with that guy. I like him. Or her. Everyone wants to be the next esports star. Dude, it's so bad. We're not winning in turn one, right? Whoever bumped me is in this chat. It's quite possible. And that's why, if they're in this chat and they did that intentionally, like I said, you're a cocksucker. Mickey Donovan voice. You're a cocksucker. I hope you guys have seen Ray Donovan, by the way, or else that reference is meaningless. Why is that still... Demolition Derby because they can't pronounce Derby. Alright, let's do some practice. Fucking motherfucker. I'm telling you, solo qualify and a safety rating is gonna go so fucking far for ranked. So fucking far. Everybody wants a penalty system, and I agree. But at the same time, this doesn't have a contact penalty system. Most of them don't. I've actually never experienced that outside of GT7. Actually, does GT7 have pure contact? Like, contact only? I don't remember. Fuck, I don't remember shit. I'm old. Dude, look at the virtual mirror. Look at the garage. Why does LMU get a much better frame rate than PMR? Because the garage is from The Sims. Oh, man, that's funny. Jesus, my wheels turned all the way, too. Alright, I thought they had car collision penalty. Alright, remember, we gotta remember now, we're on cold tires. Real cold. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Even on cold tires, this feels good. I actually have to drive this car like it's a true cold out lap. Ignore the braking zones on the line because they're not enough. You need more braking zone than the line tells you. Although, admittedly, I do not like the force feedback that this car is telling me right now. Feels like a limp noodle. Well, we're in a hypercar and ranked, AJ, so we got silver 1. I have massively flat spotted tires right now. Oh my god, my tires are so flat spotted. What's ironic is that at max TC, my TC lights are flashing the whole time. I just gotta get some speed through that, but feels pretty good. I know I'm not supposed to be in first, but I'm a pussy, so let me be in first. This is so much better than GT3s. I'm actually like worried about the car, like driving it, like it's... I am a talentless slob. Here, go by me. Even without a setup, once these tires start getting warm, this car feels good.
Lap 2, 19.14.
See it as a survival horror game? I know, right? I tried full speed. I think she'll take it, no problem. I just gotta work on the line. What should tire temps be? Because they're still cold by, like, standards. We're at 130 degrees, 145 in the front. I forgot this is practice. I forgot all about that this was practice. I'm thinking I'm qualifying. I'm gonna push a little harder for the remainder. I really thought this was qualifying the whole time like an idiot. Let's experiment a little bit. Full lock, let's see what happens. Oh, yeah! By a mile! I love these LMP2s, man.
Time to 13.25.
All right, full lock. Fuck a GT car, man. These hypers are awesome. Yeah, we got so much grip now. All right. This will probably be the last race of the day, by the way. Oh. Fucking Christ, man. I'm still tender about that race from PMR. Just because it's not even that, like, I don't care about the results of the race. It's the fact that I know that is the norm. That is just what ranked is. We don't need another GT3 on Spa Simulator? Yeah. Don't get me wrong, this car is way more enjoyable than a GT car on Spa, but I still don't care about Spa. I would prefer to be on something with a little more dancing going on, you know? If it were up to me, I'd be on, at least in LMU, I'd be on Sebring the whole fucking time. Yeah. I mean, that's fine. I don't care if I'm slow, Mofongo. I truly am not like that kind of competitive person. That's why I do customs. I am more competitive in customs than I am in ranked. I don't want to deal with like legitimate competition in terms of like the mentality that comes with it, because I'm just too jaded by real life in that aspect. Competition brings out some of the worst in people. Have a good one, Rusty Nail. Jump on back tonight. We'll be doing some PMR. Some good PMR, not whatever we just saw. And a piss quick. They will Verstappen you in the corners. Nice. What do you mean you can't hear me? Test, test. Yeah, you can definitely hear me, Too Wicked. I think it might be on your end. I'll be right back, though. Stupid computers gonna do stupid computers. I'm gonna leave from the pits again, by the way. This is purely practice for me. Because I still want to improve my safety rating for a cushion. But, yeah. Like, I don't give a shit at all about my driver rating. It means nothing to me. If the safety rating is what gets you access to the races, I do not give a shit about my driver rating. It's the most irrelevant number. People, like, leech onto that, like, their I rating and shit. But for me, it's, look at the fucking garage, man. How many resources could it possibly take to, like, add some texture to those fucking walls? I know it's not a big deal. It has nothing to do with the sim. I get it. But at the same time, you know, TC Max. That is still one of my issues with PMR, by the way. LMU. TC's maxed. No. Oh, slip's not adjustable, so it's just power cut. Interesting. On Tinder, their profile says I have 5,000 I rating. That's funny. Fix my car. In setups, can you set a default pit strategy so you don't have to set it during the race? I imagine you probably could. Because right now, it was on, like, damage repair was on none if I went in the pits. Only if I have crew chief. God damn it, man. You should be able to play a game with just the game's provided resources. So I'll know when I'm done because the car will drop, and that's the way of saying, hey, you're done, right? Got it. Alright, let's try this again. I don't think we're going to have enough time for a single qualifying lap, though. Interesting. Crazy how good this car is gripped up when warm, but how useless it is on cold tires. Tires aren't even that cold. That's the worst part. 120 degrees really isn't that cold of a tire. At full push, sure, but like, I'm driving it easy, and it's still hard. Well, I've driven all the cars, Mofungo, in single player. And I've made videos making fun of the cold tires in LMU. Warm tires feel awesome in this game, personally. Cold tires are like, I feel like they're heavily exaggerated. Because I've never experienced anything like that, like where it's like you're on ice, but it's like a spring day and like... Well, I will say in my memory, which was, it's been like 6 months since I've done this, LMP2s were my favorite of all the hypers. The LMDH, LMP2, and LMP3. LMP2 is my favorite. Just from a driving standpoint. They're the most predictable, best driving, and the most fun. LMP3s were actually harder than I was expecting. That's true. Harder is more realistic. I always forget about that. I swear that's like a motto in a church or something. The amount of more grip that I have in the past 20 degrees just doesn't make sense to me. They scale down the grip when the tires get cold way too aggressively. My ambient temp is what, 70 degrees? So, and it's a moderately sunny day, so the track should be warm. If there's any level of sun hitting the track is warmer than ambient temp. 140 degrees versus 120 degrees in the tires is like I have two completely different compounds of tire. That, to me, is they're exaggerating cold tires for the sake of difficulty.
Time to 12.41.
I'm not even going to touch fuel. I'm just running the car. Remember, this is for safety. I'm starting in the pits. We're just going to get some practice. What's our poll at? 60 votes. Should I host custom lobbies for LMU? 47% say yes. 8% say no. 45% say stick to PMR. Interesting. Well, here's what I can tell you. I'm at least going to try it. Hosting an LMU. I've already spent all the money on the fucking game. I've spent $6 for 500 credits so I can host. And I'm curious to see what it's like. Because I'm hoping it's like sort of an iRacing experience where like my favorite part about iRacing was customs. But you have to pay for them to host the server. Go to tires. Am I blind here?
Teams and drivers
Wheels and brakes.
go to the grid for a race start.
Oh, set PSI. I thought, okay, I gotcha. I'm trying to see what typo that meant. Why can I not change it? It's fixed setup. That's why. That'll do it. That'll do it. At least fixed setup is fixed setup. Guys, all these fixed races, what's going on? All the fixed lobby haters? What's up with all these fixed setup races in this simulator? All the things I complain about that PMR doesn't have and needs to do, and I get told I'm wrong about,
Has started.
and then simultaneously in other subjects, people glaze LMU how it's better than PMR. It's like, well, you do realize that the simulator that you think is better than PMR has all of these things that you are against and I am for. That's called hypocrisy, folks. Why is the sim better? Well, maybe it has the features that you don't like, and you just blanketedly don't know why you like something better. Anyway. All right, here we go. Fresh tires. This game needs TAA and DLSS really bad.
Green flag, green flag.
I'm excited. This is all I've wanted out of LMU. Drive these cars. Y'all know you can go now, right? What is going on? Dude, are you serious? Holy shit, folks. Do you think you're that fast? You're going to catch the pack that quickly? Oh. That was a bug? What was the bug? It looked like someone just was parked at the front of the pits not going anywhere. And these guys going... I wanted them to go in front of me from the pits, but they didn't want to hear it. I'm basically using ranked for practice. Oh, little loose. Little loose.
Time 9.50.
What do you typically run TC at once tires are warm? I have it maxed out right now just to cover my own ass. But obviously that would get lowered once tires are at up to temp. I just don't know what to set them to. What's safe? I'm not trying to be fastest. Also, what do we consider proper operating temperature for this tire? What temperature range? That's a GT3 lap time. Pretty good. Fast GT3 lap time, but a GT3 time nonetheless. I see no way I'm going to get the tires that warm. Crazy how much more force feedback you get when the tires start to get warm.
That time was a 2:12.98.
Hey, we finally beat GT3 cars now. All right. We're getting faster. A long-ass race. Car's feeling really good now. Now with the warm tires. Feeling real good.
Lap 2, 11.18.
I should turn my butt kickers on next time. Haptics would feel so good right now. I'm fucking hungry right now. I didn't realize this race is gonna be this long. Oh well. Yeah, we're getting faster every lap because the tires are the biggest part. The force feedback alone is telling me that, like, my tires are warm by comparison. It's actually kind of crazy how little force feedback there is with cold tires versus how much there is now. See if I can get 209 out of her. That was sloppy. That was sloppy. We're right there at 209.
Time 2:09.82.
That's how much the tires are getting warmer. My first, like, clean lap was 216. We're at 209 now. And I'm not driving any better. I am technically, but it's only because the tires are so much warmer that I'm able to confidently push and stay in the throttle a little bit harder and stuff like that. Braking is so much more aggressive too. I really do think that their cold tires are just too aggressive, but I'll never be a voice of reason in that department. This is our first lap where we finally went slower than the previous one so far. We're way off the fucking mark though. Fucking cocksucker. Homie!
Time 2:12.03.
Just go, you fuck. Trusted driver, my ass. Wow, so this is the sim that makes you a race car driver? Yeah, exactly. That was a realistic driving experience, the way that guy just pulled back out and then stopped in front of me. Because he didn't know what... Oh my god. I'm catching up to the fucking... the special crowd. Ugly. Ugly. I had a nice rhythm going there, and then, lo and behold, A human being fucked it up for me. What else is new? Realism in a video game is a gimmick. If this was real life, that person would have literally looked over their shoulder, saw that there was a car coming at 150 miles an hour, and not moved. Because, you know, he could die. But in a video game, fuck it.
Time to 13.97.
Welcome back to PMR, right? EJR salting. Or EJR spices. It's funny because I like the car, I'm actually preferring solo laps. I don't want anybody around me. Which isn't really racing, like time trial shit, but the way people drive, I would rather drive solo. And just practice. Ah, damn it. That right there is one of my worst turns on Spa. I always think I can push sooner than I can, and I understeer pretty hard. I was really excited about that NGT race, too. NGTs on Sebring is like peak racing. Unbelievable. I spent all my time on Spa today, and I don't like Spa. I'm actually surprised this track is as popular as it is. It must just be popular because of history.
Lap 2, 11.82.
Like from a racing dynamic standpoint, there are so many better tracks than Spa. Spa heavy? Hell no. This is why I can't endurance race. Still got 10 minutes left. You fucking bitch. Spa has all the right turns to kill you when you think you're not gonna be killed. Oh, that scared me.
That time was a 2:12.29.
Fuck! Yeah, it's usually how it goes. Another one. Five minutes left. These tires really are built for endurance, huh? 92% left after a half hour of racing. Jesus, man. I would die. I don't know how anybody endurance races. This is actually kicking my ass. I might look slightly dead inside, but it's because I am. Another yellow flag. Holy shit. Look at this.
Time to 12.00.
What's funny is that all I'm doing is approaching this from an actual realistic standpoint of I don't care how fast I go, I just don't want to die. And I'm literally gaining positions. Wild. This car is a blast, though. Holy shit. What did that guy just do? Seriously. What did he just do? I intentionally slowed down to be cautious around him, and I still almost died.
Lap 2, 13.31.
That was crazy. I think that guy hit some black ice or something. There were so many times where I almost hit him and he almost hit me. Here, take your blue flag, sir. Alright, I guess not. Doing the straight here. Here, take your blue flag. This is P2, so I'm trying to follow him. Oh, I fucked that up. I suck at Spa, man. I am really so bad on Spa. I don't know why. I just can't grow. I can't learn. That was terrible, but it's fine. We're done. Complete 25 races. Got another one. Another achievement. Yay. Participation trophies. Left and right. So we went from what? Dead last to 14th by just competing. And like by competing, I mean like showing up. And driving slow. Man, oh man. All right, how'd we do? How do we do? Final results. Come on. Well, anyway, I guess I'll do my conclusion for now. Tonight we'll be doing PMR. When I get on, I don't know. It's usually by 11 Eastern Standard Time. And we'll be doing some Project Motor Racing, doing some custom lobbies. All fun cars. Probably some GT3s, even though they're not that fun, but they drive better now, so, or better than they did. Come on! Sounds good, Mofongo. Oh, I'm gonna take my headset off. Dude. Where do you see the overall results again? View all results. Retrieving race history. Complete 250 laps in an online mode. Another participation trophy. How nice. Okay. 14th. My driver rating went down. My safety rating went up. Fine with me. Yay! We're halfway up to 2. Look at that. We're going to keep going. Not right now, but we're going to keep going. This is going to be... Yeah. I don't know when the next time I'll stream this, only because I won't be here Friday. I won't be around Friday. I might stream tomorrow, but probably not. I don't know. So worst case, I'll do PMR tonight, and then I'll see y'all on Monday, because I'm out of town for the weekend. Got to get on the road for a family event, so... Yeah, anyway. But regardless, Monday we'll be back to do this, because I'm gonna go for gold. Screw it. Let's work our way up. Anyway. Let's get out of this. All right. Well, folks, that's going to wrap this one up. Thank you for everybody being here. It was a good time. I had fun. Minus the one PMR race that pissed me off. Until tonight, y'all have a good rest of your day. Peace out.